I should grow up, but I don't wanna get older. It's underrated to be young and free, yeah. Tomorrow may never come, old days I'm running from. Yeah, I should be saving, but I'm spending it all. Yeah, I want that money, I want that money. So give me that money, I wanna spend that money. Just give me that Friday feeling, if I like the weekend, I ain't dead and sleeping, I don't wanna grow up. I don't wanna grow up. It's taking over me, feel like I could fly away. Oh, I've been waiting to kiss the sky, yeah. One day I'll get serious, but I will have no regrets. And I might start saving, but it ain't right now. I want that money, I want that money. So give me that money, I wanna spend that money. Just give me that Friday feeling, like if it's like the weekend, I ain't dead and sleeping, I don't wanna grow up. I don't wanna grow up. I don't wanna grow up. One day I'll try to not get wasted all the time, but for the moment I'm alright, because I feel so alive. I wanna go.
Welcome to Brawlhalla.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the Bearded Brawls. We travel over to Europe for these beautiful 1v1s, and guess what? We're already in the top 8. My name is Keg, I'm joined by Zip Master Flex, and by the way, happy birthday.
Oh, my heart is touched. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Of course. How does it feel to
I'm
be
so
55?
excited to see these games. 55!
We said 45 earlier in the green room, I just want to add on to it.
Dude, they're cooking me, man.
He already hates me.
These guys are hurting my soul, man. I know I'm big on Zip, but first they said 45, now 55. I'm aging 10 years by the 30 minute.
Well, I mean,
you know what I'm saying?
With the gameplay we're about to see, you might as well be 75 by the time we hit grand finals, right? I mean, we're going to take years off of our lives from the intensity of it. No, but on the real though, we are in top 8 now. We've just entered into it. We'll be starting things off in the upper bracket, and we have some banger matches to come out already. Now, for the first one today, let me just grab it real quick. We do have Acno and Delta going up against each other, and I mean, those are, top 10 PRs from both sides. And these two players haven't really faced each other since BCX ended, so I want to see what the latest changes, the balance patches, new legends coming out since BCX, like what the expectations can be to see for either Acno or Delta, and who goes down to the lower bracket.
I mean, when we look at these players, I don't think that the balance changes are really going to change too much with these two. We were talking a minute ago, and I'm saying whoever wins this one, I mean, prediction-wise, whoever wins this one out of these two, I think wins the tournament, right? Okay. But now let's take a look here. We do see a Ragnar coming in, and we're probably going to see the Terrors. Balance change-wise, what different do you see coming out of here, right? I mean, obviously there's going to be two axes on the table, but I mean, we know the axe is going to be doing work. But sure. Other than that, other side of the table, we have the guitars and we have the hammers. What are you thinking?
So the only reason why I brought up the balance changes is that Axe was just recently nerfed about in late December. So, and Light gonna have a little bit less damage. D-Light's gonna have a little bit more recovery at the very end of things. And like you said, top 10 PR, it's probably not gonna affect either one of these players too much. But it's small changes like that to keep in mind that I wouldn't be surprised we go into games 2 or 3, there could be a little bit more counterplay where maybe one player, especially Acno with more diverse player pool, might want to pivot away from the Ragnar to maybe say the Diana where blasters were buffed.
Yeah, I mean, look, if he goes over to the Diana, that would be cool and all, but I would like to see him go back to his roots. Bust out the Koji. You know what I'm saying? I want to see some of that Koji in the building. If so, right? But Ragnar is also one of those picks like we didn't get to see too often. I mean, we did see a little bit of him at BCX, but one thing that Ajax kept saying is every time Ragnar popped up and you were so hyped to see the character, they lost. Yeah. So, but that was all regions combined. We'll see how it turns out here in EU.
And plus, keep in mind, there's been a few months of a gap since BCX too, so I wouldn't be surprised Acno kind of doubled down, practiced the Ragnar more. I mean, if he insta-locks it, he must feel so prepared, nerfs or not.
I agree. I mean, yeah, if he's sticking with it, and obviously if you see these two get to top 8, the axe nerfs probably weren't that bad.
No, you're right.
In the grand scheme of things.
I mean, look, at the end of the day, we had the Ragnar and Terros lock in anyway, so I guess we are going to see the double axe. Probably a little bit of a slower paced game if I had to guess. I want to see what Acno is going to bring out with the guitars versus the Terros, because once those guitars get in, it's going to be so hard for Delta to pivot out and try to find a startup.
Yeah. And we are going to go to Small Fortress. And this is what I like to call TK's house. You see that lion down there in the bottom. Okay. But let's get to the battle. And guitars are first weapon in hand versus the hammer. So neither one gets an axe to start off.
No, not just yet. But I do think the advantage here is with those guitars. You just get that inward play, denying the ledge guard too. But a little bit of an overextension there. Down 6 would be good to keep Delta at bay. He's going to run out of jumps soon. But no, Delta and Acno playing it so safe. The neutral's basically non-existent. But Delta does have that axe, and that can be the advantage for now. Except as I say that now, it's a singular weapon on the field. It's still Acno.
Man, Acno tearing him to shreds at the moment. The health deficit is huge right now, but look at this offstage play. He was poised to take that stock. Unarmed, clean gravity cancel from Acno. Getting some big damage here. Next big hit should be it for him. Tries to go for a recovery. Tried to make a read on him jumping up, but doesn't quite catch.
Acno's been putting that pressure on Delta the entire first stock, but Delta's feeling pretty good in the offstage play, trying to bait out Acno a little bit. Though, of course, those jumps are limited on the stage. A lot of dash dancing in play, too. Oh, but the axe is not finding as much impact as we thought we would see. It takes a single side air, though, that maybe send Acno a little too far out of the boundaries, but there it is. Great way to start things off. A good ledge guard as well. Delta's down to their second stock, and they need to get a weapon right away.
Yeah, it was beautiful. Nice little neutral light. Caught him. Got him up out of there now. Katars to rack that damage up. Axe to finish. He's playing it very, very well. I like how he slowed down his game once he had the damage, and he just wanted to find a simple touch. He just limited the damage he took, but now he's getting piece increased by this shovel coming out from Delta.
Oh, what a parry there for the side air, from Delta. Still trying to go for that ledge guard. Not quite working. The side air, as we predicted, would end the first stock for Acno, coming a little bit later than I think we expected. But Acnos keep putting that pressure on, just waiting for the prime opportunity, but Delta plays the more reactive game, goes for the counter of the side air once again, but damage is already seemingly done. There is a little bit less defense for the Teros over the Ragnar, so you have to be a little bit more careful. But what's subsidized, though, is that Delta has a lot more attack with that axe over the Ragnar bit.
Yeah, definitely. But, oh my God!
Okay. I blinked.
That's, you know, it's hard sometimes when somebody comes up with that chase and they use the recovery at the end of those strings. It's hard to figure out which direction you're supposed to dodge. Like, I mean, sometimes it's normally just go straight up, you know, but he decided to go diagonal up to the right, and it just didn't work out. It clips you and gets you up out of there, and that was pretty early.
Yeah, absolutely. And Acno can't really use too many signatures here unless they can catch Delta off guard. There's a lot of end lag at the end of each of those SIGs. But Delta trying to play a little bit more aggressive than we've seen the first two stocks. Not quite finding it just yet. Sider's out for the punish once again. Oh, but Acno can't bring it back up. They didn't touch the stage at all. So now, Delta has a singular advantage. The weapon. The axe is back out. But again, we've seen so much aggressive pressure coming out from Acno that it might not make too much of a difference. Especially with those guitars back in play. Down sig does not connect. Delta playing safe, looking for the counter, looking for the punish parry. Still trying to fade out the neutral from Acno, but there it is. The down air is good enough to send Delta into the sky. All it takes now is a single hit, but the recovery doesn't connect. Delta just needs to find a few lucky hits and has to play this ultra safe. There it is. Good punish in the air. Delta can only survive one more hit with anything. Oh, there it is.
He's done. He's done. Leaked over the edge with a neutral light. That's the second time that is going to be the option to take a stock off. And look, man, he came into that last stock. He played it very, very well. He was very, very damaged when he started it. But he was chipping away, playing it safe, landing small hits here and there. It just wasn't. I mean, it was a matter of time until he got clipped. And right there, you saw that recovery KO on that replay. If he dodged straight up, he would have went just right above the recovery. But doing that diagonal, shortening how much space he creates, he got clipped. You know, great first game from both players, but Acno, the aggression early on really, really set him up to take that.
Yeah, absolutely. That aggression, though, might be his folly in game number 2. Delta's coming out swinging quite literally with so much more aggression over Acno this time around. The double recovery is huge.
Early start.
Wow.
Delta coming out with a commanding lead to start game number 2.
Now, keep in mind the defense for both of these two legends are basically the same. It's Acno, who's gone down in 1, to up their, I believe, their attack a little bit more. The Katars had a lot of pressure so early on and forced Delta to play much more of a reactive, space-heavy game. But now, Acno's not really finding too much of an entry point. It's the big punish from Delta, finding that side air, keeping Acno off stage despite them having the Katars. Shows how much confidence that Delta has off stage. Once again, baiting him down, but Acno just barely survives, but the damage has already been done. All it takes, a single signature. The down sig didn't quite connect. I'm sorry, the neutral sig didn't quite connect. Good end light.
That defense on the side of the stage, though, my God. That defense on the side of the stage that we just saw Delta play was second to none. That was ridiculous. The way he played around those guitars, kept tossing his weapon up, creating situations. That was so clean. And we have a 2-stock lead. He has a lot of damage on Acno, trying to find his final touch. And it's gonna be hard. Look at what we're getting from Delta right now. This is top tier gameplay.
Yeah. Oh man. Okay. Delta loses their first stock. My expectation now is that Delta's gonna continue to lay that pressure on, play so much more aggressive over Acno because it's been working. You're fighting fire with fire now, and Acno needs to play back. He's trying to find those entry points. He finds the gravity cancel and side light. It does a little bit of damage, but can he recover just barely? And there, tried to keep Delta out from recovering, but it wasn't enough. Good gravity cancel side light into the air. Oh, now it's a battle of the signatures. Acno just needs one solid entry point. Or even there, just bait out again those recoveries against Delta, but there it is, more gravity cancel to send Acno to the air. And all it takes there is an end light to end things off. 1-1 now between both players.
Delta's defense and punish game right there was absolutely ridiculous. Everything he did was reactive to what Acno tried to do. So he definitely flipped the script and turned Acno's aggressive play against him. And we'll see how Acno comes out here in game number 3, because that was sheer dominance from that boy Delta.
Yeah, and again, Acno, his whole mantra is he wants to play super aggressive. He does not want to let Delta set himself up whatsoever. Even if that means Acno has to bring Delta off stage, which we've seen he's super comfortable bringing that Ragnar into. But the Axe hasn't made much of a position just yet, hasn't made much of an appearance. But now that we see Acno playing a little bit more of a calmer, space-heavy game, he's trying to catch out Delta in, in bad spacing. And it's working out pretty well so far. Chip damage is being applied. Delta's trying to keep Acno off stage, and you can see why. What a great ground pound to send Acno down to his second stock.
Man, coming from last game and then coming into this one, I've seen him get hit by that ground pound 2 times. And those are very basic ground pounds. He's not doing a setup or anything. He's just going straight down on the side ledge and catching Acno, and I don't understand why he keeps getting hit by them.
I think it's the timing from Delta. He knows exactly when, generally, Acno wants to spot dodge and cover his way up, and there it is again. The bait was out. We saw Acno spot dodge right on that upper corner on the right side of the stage, forced to go down onto the ledge. Delta read into that, ground pound down, and this is looking like Delta may very well be able to 3-stock Acno and take the lead in the series. And yes,
brother!
Look at that! Recovery's out for another ground pound, 3 in a row. Delta has the timing down of Acno's spacing.
Yo, Delta better calm down. This dude is cooking. Hey, yeah, that ground pound was actually way cleaner than I thought. I ain't gonna. I lied. That one was ridiculous, but the first one, I disrespected it. I said it wasn't a good setup or anything like that. He just tapped the side of the stage, slid clean off, and ground pounded him. That was way better than I thought. I mean, still at the same time, it felt like there should have been a better positioning and defense from Acno's way, but it was very well timed from Delta. Now, coming into this one,
3, 2,
you know I love me some
1,
terrorists,
brawl.
and Delta is playing like the roast with the most. This is ridiculous. I love the way he's playing his neutral game, his punish game, and now his off stage is coming together huge. So I don't know what Acno can really do. He's starting off nice with the axe, but right back at him, Delta chunking away.
No, this is definitely an advantageous stage for Acno now. He doesn't have to get pressured off stage, and that's where Delta wants Acno to be. There's not as much of a ledge this time, but there's a lot more recovery space directly on Demon stage. A side air is going to take down Delta's first stock, and with a little bit more wiggle room to play with on the stage itself, Acno can get things started much more and punish with his axe much more effectively than he can on Lions.
I feel like in game number 1, that Acno's axe was doing very well. And you were right to say in the last 2 games he wasn't doing the greatest with the axe, but it looks like he's back in true form. Look at him, he opts to go with the axe over the guitars. And he's got a huge lead right now. Giant lead. Actually, this is the biggest lead either of them had in this whole set.
Oh, Acno really playing around the spacing here with the axe. Great gravity cancel side sync, keeping themselves in play, just disrupting the spacing off of Delta. Delta's a really calculated player when it comes to punishing spot dodges and spacing. But even then, gravity cancel neutral sync, not enough for Acno to take that last stock. This is 3 stocks in a row, 2 different players each.
One wins.
My goodness, look at it. Both of them with the GGs. This is much love between both players. They've been battling for a long time, but now it comes down to the final moments. It don't matter how much friends you are. One of you has to go down to the lower side. It is 2-2 coming into game number 5, and Acno definitely has the momentum right now.
Absolutely. It really depends on the stage that we go into next. We do have no real changes in stats, excuse me. Dexterity, none of it has really changed at all. Back to Demon once again. Delta has to wake up on this stage. It's going to force him to play a much more grounded game. He loves to play super floating once he gets that hammer in play, but the axe out now is the first weapon. He's going to be forced to play a little bit more grounded to punish Acno directly, but that's where Acno wants. He wants those guitars to come out and space out Delta completely. Just look for any opportunities to spot dodge, catch Delta off guard, and go for that single sidelight.
And there, clipping him. There it is once again. He's doing a great job right now, racking up damage, not allowing Delta to get what he wants. Delta trying to get something going. Boom, switch to the axe. And he's got the damage on. but 2 good hits should be the stock. But look at Delta. Nice ground pound.
Oh, Acno's getting
he was
antsy.
so close
Oh, he's
to
fishing for
losing
it.
that
Woo!
stock. Oh, he took him with him. He said, if I gotta go, you gotta come with me.
That is an Icarus moment from both of these players. They flew too close to the sun. They ended at the bottom of the blast zone. It's an even game once again, but Acno still has that advantage. He can get in with those guitars over Delta. The hammer is out, yes, but you can see Delta looking for any sort of spacing potential. He's waiting for Acno to make a mistake, but to be honest with you, Zip, Acno hasn't made a lot of mistakes with his spacing when it comes to those guitars.
Especially in this round right here. First game, in this game in particular, his guitars have been looking very, very clean. I think in that 3 stock he did a lot more axe play. So I think he wanted to just show him, look, I've got both weapons on deck. Throw off his momentum. He doesn't know how to deal with the guitars again. Oh. Nice down signature. Boom. Stomp Sayer. Yes, sir. It's looking dangerous. Oh, he went for the recovery. He doesn't quite catch. So close to taking the stock off both players. Oh, yeah, slide right under him with that neutral signature. And Acno is going to take the slight edge here. Right close to taking the stock off, though. If he can get this one off quick, we have a tied game. Goes for the recovery, no good.
Yeah, and Delta's been really good about catching out those neutral sigs against Acno. Axe versus Axe, though. A battle of punishing. Delta has full stage control. Waiting for Acno to get back upwards. A free nair, though. Leads into a bit of a combo starter. Cider doesn't connect. Weapon throw in return. Acno shutting down almost everything Delta's trying to bring. A great spot dodge from Delta does lead to the punish. Ground pound and set? No. The spacing from Acno. He read into that ground pound so well.
Oh, yeah. That fast fall was beautiful, and he was still able to make it back, hit him with the recovery, put a little bit more damage on us. He's going to lose the stock. But now, Axe is the weapon that was primed. He's just going to need a little bit, but now we got to see if Delta can pick it up. He's getting some good touches here and going for the heavy hitters, trying to go for the closeout. Acno wants that big neutral to close this out. No weapon in hand. Unfortunate situation. Ground pound. The top hitbox sends him upwards. What do we got from Delta? Can he stay alive here against Acno?
I don't want the hammer in this situation. Never mind. Downlight into the side air. Acno's in an uncomfortable spot. Recovery's out. Spot dodge from Delta. There it is. Downlight side air. Is that it for Acno? No, the jumping person. Oh! Down air punish sends Acno further into the bracket.
I'm not mad at it. He made him waste the dodge with the weapon throw. The difference there, when he went for that downlight, the down air, unarmed, it was Acno's defense. He fast fell quickly. I want to see it real quick. He did a quick fast fall, dipped right under that down air. Boom, right there. He just dipped it perfectly, and because he knew what Delta wanted. Delta really set himself up to win that game. That was clean. Yeah, that was clean. Unfortunately, it didn't work, but it was clean.
I like the micro reads that came out from Acno. He was aware that, what was it, game number 3 or game number 4, we had seen Delta get every single stock knockdown only by getting ground pounds. Acno was baiting into that once he adapted into those future games. He was waiting for that moment. Delta thought he was safe to go for the ground pound, would stall, delay, gravity cancel, whatever he has to do to just mess up that spacing from Delta, take back stage control, and punish him, usually leading to a stock loss against Delta.
Collected data, man.
Absolutely.
Data. That's how you have to come into these games. If it's going to be this close with skill levels this close, when you get to the end of the game, you have to use some of the knowledge that you've gained of what the other person wants, and that's going to generally be the edge when you're both like equally matched like this. What you understand what they want, if you play it correctly against them, it's going to work out for you. We saw that from Delta too. Game number 2 and game number 3, Delta had used how Acno was approaching him on the offensive end. He used that and turned it against him and turned every piece of damage that Acno wanted into damage for himself. After a while, Acno said, you know what, you're just trying to play off of my aggression, and watch this. I'm just going to newt you up, play slow, and catch you slipping, and just win the neutral game over and over and over, and that's what ended up winning the game.
I mean, if that's our inaugural game going to top 8, I can only imagine what the games are going to look like from here. We do have another set, though, from top 8. We have Razox versus Sarme now. I'm really curious to see how this goes underway. I feel like, at least for when I commentate Brawlhalla, I don't get to see Ezio too often, but we are going to be seeing possibly the double Taros coming underway.
Double Taros?
Well, as in we saw Delta last series, and now we have Taros into this series. I mean, the Axe did get those slight nerfs, like we mentioned before, but honestly, after what we had seen from Delta, didn't make the biggest difference in the world. So if that's the comfortability factor for Razox, and it definitely is, it's going to be more on the onus of Ezio to see, like, okay, What can I do to play similar to Acno, just get into that Teros and make sure I can punish any sort of spot dodge swing that he tries to bring?
Yeah, and I'm looking at Sarme on the Ezio, and he does have the extra defense pip. Now, I always do defense pip with Ezio anyway, and it makes even more sense going into the Teros matchup. So definitely perfect uses there.
Brawl.
But all in all, to be honest, I think Teros should be very, very solid in this matchup. I think Ragnar was a harder matchup, right? Because the Katars, and he's going to be able to equal with him with the X, right? But I mean, Orb is a super slept-on weapon, though. So we'll see how this one starts off. He goes for the gusto early on with that gravity cancel down signature, not able to catch.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say though. I feel like the Orb, as long as Razox can play that spacing well, and he most certainly is. Look at these dodges and punishes. As long as Razox can continue on this momentum of just making Sarme miss, then yeah, the Hammer Axe combo, the Terror should be perfectly fine for this first matchup. But it really comes down. If you get caught out by the Orb strings, perfect setup for Sarme to keep on going. Dodging again from Razox. So good. The punish with the side air, unbelievable. The down air from Sarme doesn't connect. Good follow-up, though. Razox now put in the back heel. Forced to play off stage, and there it is. The opening side air. The reads from Sarme. Those were huge punishes, and making sure Razox can never truly be safe.
Man, I love when people go all out there into the ether to get those, right? That's that reach out and touch somebody. He came over there, extended his hand, and took that stock. That was so clean.
I mean, we saw that a lot in first
again
series,
with
too.
the Orb. This Orb is really clean. This Orb is doing its job. And nice air coming out from Razox to take the first stock. So pretty tied game, defense-wise, I would say.
Sarme's just waiting for that weapon to come through, spot dodging out Razox's attacks, Orb back out. Sarme definitely want to play Orb a lot more in this matchup. It's going to put Razox again on that punish-only mantra, excuse me. Let's see, though, what can he do? Ray punishes again. The sliding sig didn't quite connect. Recovery's out. Razox again. Sarme's fishing for the sig, but he's unable to find it. Could this be the punish? No recovery to follow up. Side air out by the sword. Perfect position for Sarme again to find that second stock. But no, never mind. Gravity cancels sig. Sarme catches out Razox. Perfect space timing.
You don't see it often, that down signature hit, man. You don't see it often, but when it does, I think it's clear that at this point, my favorite SIGs in this game are ones where you just toss people down. I love it. I feel like they're so disrespectful. It's like, that hitbox is so small, and to go for something that big, it's just a great look. Now, equalizing the stock fairly quickly right after he lost his, once again, is Razox. Can he be the one to come away with the stock first in this one is the question. Side sig is going to be good from Sarme. Coming out on the side, goes for that down sig one more time on a pivot. Not able to touch, and he's going to get a lot of damage for trying that play.
That was huge for Razox there. That may very well carry you to the end, but off stage, Sarme is not allowing Razox to have any breathing room at all. It's Ray only going for punishes. This is going to be difficult for both of these players. Sarme does have the advantage right now. That sword has been a great punish tool and a great end stocking tool as well. And there it is. Beautiful ending to that first jump. Oh, no, is there a chance? Razox just barely makes it back open. What a punish! That should have been it for Razox. But the spacing was out and Sarme overcommitted.
Yeah, he just doesn't have enough power on the Ezio, right? I didn't think he was going to get KO'd from that Sair. Now, the edge guard is where it could have came into play.
I thought so, too.
Unfortunate for Sarme, right? He just couldn't catch the edge guard the way that he did. See, first and second stock, his edge guards were clean. He set it up perfect. He got him done. This one, he wasn't able to get it, and ground pound right back at it. Look at that. He tried that gravity cancel. He tried to ground pound, and then he got ground pounded for his troubles. And after playing from behind the whole game, Razox takes the game.
I'm really curious to see how Sarme is going to play game number 2. He overcommitted a lot of different times, and while a lot of different times, at least at the end of his stock. And that's where Razox found the most advantages going into things. Nope, still playing just as aggressive as before. Just a battle of the gravity cancel sigs now between both players. Razox is just baiting Sarme off stage, though. Oh, I can see why.
Yeah, I'm not mad at Sarme playing aggressive. I feel like he has to. He's playing a character that, I mean, it's not the lowest damage in the game, right? But he's going to have to land a lot of hits, and he has 2 weapons that aren't the greatest of force, so he's got to rack up damage swift and concise. That punish right there, man. Now, I mean, at a point, he's going to have to slow it down if he's going to whip a lot and get punished by Teros as much as he is. That's why we saw that stock come away. He's being a little overzealous with his attacks.
Yeah.
He getting too much, but I still think that the aggression is the right thing.
You know, it's interesting because in both series that we've seen today, it's been Teros versus just a very aggressive player on each side. The first series, it was, of course, Aknel playing that Ragnir very aggressively. Sarme this time playing aggressively too. Razok was finding a little bit more punish potential and comfortability to get back on stage against Sarme, but now that it's even clean stocks on both sides, things are looking a little bit cleaner for Sarme here. The orb has worked out so well, denying that weapon, at least initially, away from Razok's, but the hammer here I think is going to be a big struggle. He's been fishing out those gravity cancel neutral sticks quite a bit, and they just have not been connecting. The axe has a little bit more fluidity when it comes to off stage, but Sarme just says, you know what, I don't even need the orb. I can just keep unarmed punishing you, keep you off this stage, make sure you never come back up. That's why Razok has to play for safety, so he doesn't fall underwater.
That was ridiculous. The exchange from
was.
both players. I cannot believe he landed that nair and got the chase dodge back on the stage. I love that combo off the down sig. That's so clean. Getting some good damage, getting a good setup into a KO tool. Oh yeah, down light recovery off the GC. And there we go. The Ezio showing it is formidable here against Razok. Taking the lead once again, but we did see a lead last game. And Razok took it.
Yeah, and that was just off of an overcommitment from Sarme in that final stock game number 1. The orb has been just the strongest factor, and Razok is aware of that. Sure, the sword has been pretty strong too to end these stocks, but Razok is really playing around that spacing. Good side air out, punishing Sarme down to 1 stock each. He has to get rid of that hammer. The hammer's done pretty much nothing this game.
You think so? I think the hammer's been doing pretty well. I think he's losing against Orb in the matchup, which is rightfully so, but
Yeah.
I think he's been solid with it.
I think, yeah, sure, he may have been solid, but the axe has just had so much more of an output.
Oh, no, I definitely agree. I think the axe is a better weapon in general, right?
Yeah, at least right now.
Just to off-throw somebody, I think it's good to utilize both of your weapons. Axe is coming in here, as you were saying, though. You are right. The premonition is true. The ground pound will get it done. He's through. Razok's 2-0 versus against Sarme right now.
Yeah, what a strong first few games coming out here from Razok. Sarme, though, on the back heel, does switch it over. The orb was doing good. The sword did find some viability towards the end of that second game. The complete swap up, though, cannon instead of orb, it's interesting. I like the more horizontal ability that we could see coming out from the Sidra cannon, but I feel like the orb was doing a lot more of an output of work. Maybe we're just seeing the swap over for different stats, and maybe just for the space, the defense, sure, but even just like the spacing off the SIGs that Sidra brings is a really unique for her specifically.
I'll give you that. She has good SIGs. I think her SIGs are better in 2s, to be honest, to me personally. But I think mainly it was the defense. But you're right. She does have very good utility in her SIG pack, and if he can catch him slipping, catch him not ready, especially with the sword SIGs, he may be able to make something happen.
It really depends on whether or not Sarme just wants to keep Razok's off stage. If we see a lot more offstage ledge guard potential, then we should see the SIGs come out. Except a ground pound early on, hammer finding a little bit more viability than we've seen in the last few games. And like you said, you know, the hammer wasn't bad at all, but the output was there. Great ground pound right at the bottom of the stage. Razok takes that lead once again. The Sidra has found damage, but not enough to write home just yet. This is the first appearance of the sword, though, and I really want to see how he plays this out.
Yeah, it's like he started early with the sword, got rid of it, so he didn't really want to play it. Weapon toss is going to do the job, and he closes with the sword. So start with the sword, close with the sword. Cannon was majority of the damage, then going right back to that damage racker to go into the second stock. I like it.
Oh,
whoa, just grabs the weapon. He tried to go for the neutral sig instantly. A little too quick on the trigger. Nice. That's a neutral sig right back at him on the gravity cancel. Gonna get some good damage.
Okay. Just keeping Razok's off stage. Playing around with that dare so much more. Punishing Razok because he's been super floaty with that axe. Just keep naring him. Keep him in the air. Rack up that damage. The Razok's he only needs 2 hits to even things up back again. The downline side air has been so strong. Razok gets his favorite. The axe once again. Great side sig. Sends Sidra away now down to 1 stock. And this is still the winner's bracket. So it's not over just yet for Sarme. It would be the end potentially for the winner's bracket if they cannot survive this game.
Dog, that punish into the combo. I'm talking Razok is on something right now. That was so clean. Yeah, going back up and get hit by the down air. Recovers out wide, and it does save the day, but he overextends with the gravity cancel neutral sig, and it's not going to work out for him now. Tied game. And opportunity here for Sarme. But if that axe comes back in the building, well, gonna go with the hammer. But if that axe comes back, it's been really rough for him in neutral. Let's see what he can do against this hammer.
Sarme has the advantage in this matchup too. This is the first appearance of the Sidra. Never mind. This should be for Razox to adapt, but maybe not. Just barely back on stage. The down line doesn't connect. Razox now is fishing for this final swing. He only needs one. There it is. Razox, a clean finish this series.
Brother, the spacing. He backdashed and spaced the gravity cancel neutral sig perfectly into a dash up punish with his own side signature. That was so clean. All right, so we're gonna see him get taken out here. Look at this spacing, guys. This is amazing. Whoop! Bow!
Yeah, that
Oh
was
my!
so clean. I mean, at least with the cannon, you can kind of telegraph some of the more of like the horizontal, the aerial type plays. But I mean, that was where Razox was punishing the most. I wish we had seen more signatures come out from Sarme, Sidra. I think they have a little bit too slow of a start out to punish someone like Taros at times, especially given how aggressive Razox had been. But I think the cannon was a really cool idea. I think it was a great adjustment away from the orb. But I gotta say, I think the orb was the winner there for Sarme this series.
Yeah. My thing about her is in ones, when you do whiff those signatures, it stays out and it lingers too long.
Yeah.
And you get punished very tough. Now, for me to say that and say that she's better in twos, when you linger out too long with a signature in twos, then you get team combo. Now, here's my thing though. It has so much coverage and there's more chaos in twos, and I think that you can just suck the opponents in and catch them slipping, right?
Yeah.
You can catch them slipping with the signatures in that one and catch them with amongst the chaos. It's harder to catch somebody with those, in my opinion, in 1v1s, especially Taros. You mess up, he's cracking you across the screen, right?
No,
and that's
you're
not a
definitely
pun
right.
on the fact that she's calling the crack.
Well, in my mind, I was thinking, like, okay, Razox plays in the air so much, surely they're going to go for, like, you know, some gravity cancel D6 with the cannon, find that just that spacing potential to catch Razox off guard. The nairs that we had seen, those combos early on in neutral was so good from Sarme. But I was expecting those signatures to be that long-distance ledge guard potential. I mean, you can just send a giant anchor into the sky and catch Razox, who was playing a little bit more offstage in, say, games 2 and 3. And if you could just catch that spacing, the punish potential of sending someone their velocity so far down into the stage, there's almost no chance that Razox would have been able to recover. But we just never got to see that setup come underway.
I'm not going to say he shouldn't have used it. All right, I feel like he should have used it, but if we take a look at any time he tried to come off stage and make a ground poundish type play, if he tried to send him downwards, right, he got turnaround. He got dodged into a ground pound of Razox's own. So if he utilized that and he missed, he would have died. Just from the collective data from watching that set, he would have died.
Yeah,
Razox wasn't having it.
I mean, that, you know, that's the high risk, high reward, right? To bring out the Sidra. Like, you have the potential to just disrupt someone like a Taros so much just by, like, pure speed, horizontability to shut down that floaty potential. But if you make one false step, that's where Taros really shines. He's able to bring out pretty much any part of his kit to punish you from, like, white to orange health.
I agree. It's rough, man.
Yeah,
it's like we
so
can sit here and speculate all we want. Sarme came in there, did his best. Played a good set. Couldn't take a game, but he did a good job. Either way it goes, Razox moving forwards in that bracket. And after those two guys, we're going to be taking a small little break before we get into the rest of this bracket. Stick around with us here at Bearded Brawls. We'll see you in a little bit.
Welcome back to Bearded Brawls, everybody. We are the guys with the beards. My name is Keg, and this is Zip Master Flex. I'm gonna say it every time we come back from break. Happy birthday, Zip.
It makes me feel good. It's warming. It's warming. Unless you call me 55 again.
Well, it's okay. You're 65 now, so.
I am 65. It has been 30 minutes. I went up 10 years. My bad.
I mean, that's what happens with Brawlhalla, with all the intense action that we've been seeing. But we just made our way through the top 8 upper bracket. Now we're going down to the top 8 lower bracket. We saw some intense Taros gameplay in both series. I'm really curious to see, though, are we going to have more Taros going into the lower bracket? I don't know.
Well, if we don't, then that'll tell us why they're in lower bracket if there's no Taros.
You just gotta bring up the double Taros each time. He's been the playmaker of the upper bracket.
Dog, Taros is my favorite character.
Yeah.
Hey, anybody out there, if you can make me like I don't know what the design would be, right? Something with Taros on.
Okay.
Make me a hoodie with Taros on.
Ooh, that we'll get Taros
You know
hoodie like feety pajamas almost, but it's like brown. You have like the hoodie be like his eyes and his snout and his horns.
See, that's a little out of my wheelhouse.
Really? No, I feel like you'd be perfect for that.
I don't get swaggerific like that. I don't get down.
Oh, you could though.
No.
Oh well, we'll have to convince you next BCX. Look, what are the chances you think that for grand finals so far this tournament? Do you think we're gonna have double Taros? No, we can't possibly.
No, right? I don't think it's gonna end up double Taros in the grand finals.
No. Surely there will be.
I mean, it's possible.
Yeah.
It's possible, but I doubt it. Because even going into the matchup, I feel like one of the players, if like say we get Razox and Delta in grand finals, I feel like one of them will switch. I don't think they're gonna do it.
We could have one game of it, and then whoever loses is like, oh, this is not working. I don't like playing the Taros mirror, and they swap over to their main.
Yeah. Something like that. I feel like that's how it'll work out. I just don't see it happening. Like I said, though, very possible. Very possible. And like you said, maybe one game. I don't know.
I can see for
we'll
like game
when
one.
We get there.
Just like testing the waters. And then whoever gets hard punished, right? For like a 3-0. Like, whenever I play ranked, I always get hard punished in my Dittos. No matter which legend I play. Always. I can play Zol. I can play Bodvar. I can play the whole gambit of whoever you want. Every time I have a mirror matchup, even sometimes like a weapon mirror matchup, something in my mind mentally is just like, I can't win this out. I can't do it.
I'm like that in every fighting game. Like, I love fighting games. That's my jam.
Me too.
That's what I play. That's all it is, right? And I'm like that in every fighting game. If I get into a mirror match, if I have the option to switch characters, I'm doing it. I'm not playing mirrors.
Okay.
Or you're not getting rematched. I'm just not doing it. So
Okay.
Maybe I'm projecting that people don't want to play mirrors. Maybe that's why I'm saying that, but I know I wouldn't.
Yeah, I don't like playing mirrors either. It's a struggle. Because the enemy team or the enemy player already knows what you can do. Mm-hmm. So it turns everything purely into a punish parry game. You have to just see who makes the first mistake.
You know what always happens to me personally?
Oh no.
Is like, well, I guess it's more so in traditional fighters where I get this idea. Well, I guess no, in Brawl it's the same thing.
Oh no.
What I always do is I put my mindset with the character on the other person. So if I do something, I go, and this is going to be the response.
Yeah.
This is what they're going to do. And they don't play like me. But my brain is always telling me, I'm looking at the character and I'm like, I would do this, so that's what they're gonna do. And no, and they don't. They never play the same way I play. So it always gets me destroyed.
Well, it's because we have big brains, right? Like we're thinking optimally, like, okay, this is how I spot dodge punish. This is how I get out of neutral. This is how I go back and re-entry off the off of someone's mistake. But people online, they can play so randomly, and depending on how high your MMR is, it's like you never really know what to expect. Like sometimes players can just get some of the wildest games under their belt by just doing things that you would just never expect. Like the least optimal things end up working.
Yeah, it really does. It really does. That's the way to catch me for sure. Like I try to play games really, really solid and slow. So whenever I'm doing my little methodical gameplay, if you just rush me down, it generally gets me up out of there.
Well, I think you and I
can't deal with chaotic gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, same. I think you and I are pretty much the same when it comes to Brawlhalla, though. Like, I'm very like calculated, methodical, like how I play. So pretty much that boils down to me playing floaty axe a lot. So it's Zol, Taros, Sometimes even Azoth and Barraza too, depending on how I feel. But it's like that huge punish game for me is what is the most important, like the best playstyle that I have. And because you're a Taros main, I think I hit plat, I think like high plat the first day this new season came out with him too. So it's like you and I have the same kind of analytical brain of what to expect from players. It's just that most of the time they just randomly swing out and it's so hard to punish that.
Yeah. While we wait for this next game, let's talk about this. I saw the chat talking about low tier characters and slept on characters, and I want to bring that to conversation.
Okay.
I have a question for you.
I'm ready.
I'll give you mine first. Who do you think? Question is, who do you think is a slept on character that would do amazing in high level play?
Oh.
And my answer is Nash. I don't get why people don't play him. His sig pack is great, his stat line is great, and he has a spear.
Yeah, I mean, Spear's
he has
super strong.
A spear.
Yeah, Spear's so strong right now.
Right, so who do you got?
For like the weakest right now, that's a tough one. If I had to take a shot in the dark, I'd probably it's hard to say right now because I feel like we're in a really good spot with Brawlhalla where each character does have like some viability on board. If I had to take, a gander, I would say I've seen the least amount of Isaiah's right now. I mean, it's not like he hasn't been around, but Blasters, they've taken a bit of a backseat at times, but they just recently got buffed. Cannon's been super strong at times now, and we're seeing the comeback of that too, but when I play ranked, I never see Isaiah. However, to answer your other question, I think a really slept on, not even just a character, but just like a stance that you could bring out, is the 2 defense Jala. Has been so strong for me in ranked. No one ever sees it coming. Do you know how many like Zols and Taroses I go up against in ranked, and they're like, oh, 2 defense, I can take them down in 2 hits. They're never expecting how fast that 2 defense Jala can be. Never.
You're scaring me, dog. 2 defense is crazy.
High risk, high reward.
Crazy. I mean, look, I get what you're saying, and you're not particularly wrong. But if you want me as a pro player, not myself, right? But I'm talking from the stance of a pro player. You want me to step into a set and give my opponent the chance to absolutely wax me?
Well, I mean,
in just limited hits. I'm not doing it.
Here's the secret, right? I gotta make sure no one else can hear us, but hear except us. Just don't get hit.
Just don't. Just don't.
Just wait. Just wait. Just wait for them to swing. Go for they spot dodge immediately. You punish. You go for the down air with the axe. Then if you're able to pick up the sword, you have such a quick down sig with it that it pretty much comes out as fast as any sort of light attack. And I remember way back a long time ago, Jala would be abused so much in tournament play because at times her down sig was faster than a lot of light attacks. So you would just see players spam down sig with the sword nonstop, and players just did not know what to do, especially in ledge guards.
Yeah. But I think at this point people have a pretty good idea of where to space themselves to do.
It's only been 25 years since then.
25, exactly. I mean, honestly, if we're doing the 30 minutes, it's 10 years. I mean, it's probably been a
century. Yeah. But hey, we have our next matchup though. We have Saphir versus Rika, and versus Rika, and we have the Mordex versus the Ulgrim coming out. This is interesting. So you have the Scythe versus the Lance, which at times, depending on how Rika wants to play the Scythe, I think could be interesting. Obviously, you could go for a down air a lot against Lance, and you could just throw them into the air. But a lot of horizontal play has worked well for the Lance too. I want to see how the Axe is going to punish the Mordex kit, because Mordex, in my opinion, is probably the strongest legend in the game historically, next to say Mirage early on. The Scythe has been so good with the combo ability. The Gauntlets are so good about stringing people into the air. It's going to be a little tough in the beginning if we see Rika get that first weapon.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a pretty fair and balanced matchup. They both counter each other. I think the momentum goes for Mordex, and then neutral-wise, Ulgrim is going to be winning the neutral, right?
3, 2.
If you have the Lance in hand, Mordex is going to be able to put you in some very precarious situations. And the first weapon is going to go to Saphir. He's gonna opt to switch over, and he's gonna go Lance into this matchup to start off. This is what I'm saying. I think that the Lance is gonna win neutral against both his weapons.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I don't think Rika's gonna want to play neutral at all. I think he's gonna try to find every opportunity to bait Saphir over to each ledge and just wait for those opportunities for them to miss a hit. And there was an initial hit first, though. Rika's struggling to find their entry. They're trying to find a way in, but Saphir is recognizing that as well. Weapon throw is out. Back to the gauntlets again. You don't have to worry about that horizontal play as much anymore against the axe, except for, say, side air. But Rika's able to find that more punish potential. He's pivoting behind Saphir, waiting to go for the end light, keeping that Ogrim into the air. But that's a really fatal mistake that the Nair didn't connect, and Saphir punishes that so well.
I mean, look, the way this started, this is going exactly how I thought. You're right. Rika's not trying to play the neutral like that, trying to go for a lot of behind-the-back punishes and things like that and setups. It's just not working. I think that Ogrim as a character, both weapons and sig-wise, controls the neutral so very well.
Oh, yeah.
And now, these type of situations, this is what I was talking about. These weapons, both of them will be able to put him in very bad situations off stage. Now, creating this scenario, gets hit by the recovery, but had a chance to take that stock off. Just trying your best not to take a lot of damage here, even though you're already at orange. Try to go for the downlight into the Nair, not going to be able to touch. And can't find the right combinations to get the stock off. Trying to recover, still a little shy. Nice combo, right back at him from Saphir, but the recovery from Rika is going to get the job done.
Saphir had played that last stock so safely at the end. A lot of opportunities to end Rika a little bit sooner, but just wanted to rack up that damage. Rika now down to their final stock. Good for the side air. Rika does not have a weapon. Up against this axe, though, the gauntlets were pretty strong. No, Rita won't get to see it just yet. Rika is just, I'm sorry, Saphir is just racking up all these different hits. These strings have been so strong.
It's the Lance, man. The Lance and the neutral. Nice unarmed combination, but still getting weapon starved. Neither one has a weapon now, so we're just going to see straight boxing. And still boxing gets the gauntlets in hand. Throws them all over, and your weaponless against the Lance now. Ill-advised weapon toss is going to end in defeat. Saphir is going to come away with game number 1. It is 1-0 against Rika.
See, I thought for sure that Rika would have a little bit more of a stance on the ledge guard in that first matchup. I mean, Demon is a large map. It's going to benefit the Lance a whole lot more just in pure terms of what you can do for coverage. But Saphir had played a lot of those end stocks so safely. There was a lot of opportunities where he would spot dodge out. He could have used the Lance to go for the Sayer, go for the punish against Rika, and Rika kind of absolutely followed up and punished it if it were to miss. But Saphir chose to play for safety. He would duck away, he would dodge, go for the reset, wait for a new opportunity to catch Rika off guard, and that's where those big, punishing, heavy strings would come in from. And that's what ultimately I feel sets Saphir apart from Rika.
I agree. He played very Nair heavy.
Yeah.
When you're playing against these drag you into the abyss weapons, right? When you're fighting against those, you don't want to overextend. So he's dealing with he's dealing with him with Nairs, and that's why you see at the very end that side air caught, because he hadn't presented that option too much, and so therefore Rika's brain's not looking for it at all. He Nair, and they decided him clean. And he had the dodge on deck, so it's not like he just got caught and he couldn't have did anything about it. He just hit him with a surprising option. Yeah. And that's because, like you said, he has not been using the side air a lot. And I feel like we're going to get more of the same. There's no reason to change that. The Nair has a very broad hitbox. It's going to hit in the spaces that the gauntlets and the scythe want to be at. So it's a great game plan going into this. He's been using the Lance more than the axe. And so even if the Lance gets figured out, he can still bring out that surprising axe gameplay that he hasn't shown yet.
Smaller stage though this time. The Lance might not be able to find as much coverage as before. If Rika wants to play more of a grounded game, that's going to be tough against the Lance at times. Scythe, the first weapon out. Weapon Starve 2 against Saphir. That was another big advantage I think Saphir had going into Demon Island, is that he was just weapon starving Rika so well that it felt like for 90% of game 1, we just didn't see Rika have a weapon like at all.
Yeah, I agree. He was weapon starving the mess out of him. A lot of it came from the fact that Rika kept throwing weapons and not able to get them back, and getting short hopped over and things like that. And that's what the issue was. Now that was the recovery getting yanked by the down air, and there's the stock. Now that's what I'm saying. Literally stuff like that is going to be what has to happen in this matchup. I think he's gonna lose neutral the majority of the time, in which he was losing neutral right there. He just caught an opportune moment. That's gonna be his way to take this game. Nice weapon toss up, gonna go up and get his own weapon. Set up a recovery right here, doesn't quite get it, but he gets the sight back. I thought he was gonna be weaponless.
Yeah, I thought for sure too he would lose the sight, and that would have been so punishing. But speaking of punishes though, Sider's out, Rika down to their second stock, and this is where Saphir can have the advantage, bringing out that weapon starvation. As long as Rika can keep Saphir at bay. No? Oh, is there going to be an opportunity for Rika? No. Instead, Saphir is using the position of the weapon to his advantage to allow Rika to get all these different hits. Oh, for what? A scythe. Back on stage again, but Rika has so much damage applied against them. The lance is back out. The simple setup is there. Recovery sends Rika down to that final stock, and zip, Saphir was barely damaged at all when Rika had 2.
I know. That was a pure dominant stock.
Oh,
the
yeah.
Axe, like you said, the Axe played peekaboo, right? Popped out at the perfect moment. He wasn't ready for it, hadn't been seeing it too much, and he landed beautiful succession. I think it was like 5 unanswered hits. And talk about unanswered hits, ground pound, another ground pound, and there it is, even game. Good damage on Rika, but I think it's very safe to say that this is super possible.
Oh,
Look at what we're
good
seeing
setup
right now.
there.
Look at
What
what
are you
we're
going to
seeing right
do,
now.
Saphir? No, not even a recovery needed. Throws weapon into the air, making sure Rika cannot go for the ground pound. No down airs either. Set up once again. The ledge guard's out. The spacing from Rika's looking good. Tries to go for the dare. Punish from Saphir. Brings out the nair instead. Oh, weaponless though. Rika, that always makes me so nervous. Especially against the lance.
Dog, I'm telling you. That nair defense on the edge over there to guard against the ground pound from Rika was so clean on the side of the screen. But both of them in a situation where something big can take the game. Nice job. Tried to slide off into the recovery. Didn't quite touch. Nice. All right. It's getting real close there. Comes off on the side. Another one. And there it is. 1-1. Rika looking good in game number 2.
Oh man, the reads knowing that Saphir's not going to immediately go for a punish a lot of the time when Rika overextends. We see Saphir getting out of those initial options, purposely, again, like game number 1, backs away, waits for a new odd opportunity to punish Rika. No one really finds it, but Rika towards the end of that final stock started finding that in spades, avoiding the recoveries from the lance quite a bit, keeping Saphir off stage, kept him guessing, and really just played around with those initial dares, both gauntlets and sight at the very end of each stage. So we'll have to see how game number 3 plays out, but this has been pretty even so far.
I love at weapon strike. I mean, at map striking, we see the SpongeBob map get X'd out instantly every time. It's like they don't want to go to Bikini Bottom at all. It's absolutely hilarious. But now, going in here is a tied game, 1-1.
3,
I want to see what we got here. We saw a lot cleaner punish game and combo game coming out from Rika in that one. And now getting the weapon to start the game. Now, we got the lance in hand. Saphir trying to get something rolling. I'm getting clipped a couple times to start this one.
I'm gonna give the advantage here for Saphir into this next matchup. Demon Island was so good for Saphir to set up a lot of those lance strings. This time though, Rika playing a lot more aggressive, not allowing Saphir to have that proper spacing to get anything started up. Double side sig though, or at least the second side sig doesn't connect. Great amount of spacing to keep Saphir at bay. But this was the big stage where Rika would throw the weapon, Saphir would dodge, and continuously weapon starve Rika and keep him within this sphere of just punishability. But the Sair's not connecting this time. Oh, Rika. Good to send Saphir into the air. Has that weapon advantage. Tries to starve. Unable to do so. Recovery from Saphir doesn't connect. But this is huge. Another Sair like that from Rika could be enough. No!
Oh
the
my
dare
gosh, that was a
overextension.
scary recovery. What in the world? It was quite odd, so I get why he wasn't able to stop him. But there we go, recovery KO with the scythe. And a lead for Rika. Rika is looking very nice after that game number 1. Rika's figured something out and is playing the nooch very, very well and racking up good damage with almost every touch.
Oh no.
Nope,
Just as you say that though, the caster's curse. Saphir's been finding a lot of impact with the axe thus far. Good spacing from Rika. Getting that scythe out, just waiting for an opportunity to go for the dare. A lot more aggressive neutral game this time around too. Rika though has been losing to a lot of these spot dodges from Saphir. Immediate punish now with that axe. Does get the gauntlets and steals it away from Saphir, and that's a huge advantage right now, but Saphir is just waiting for those punishes rather than playing aggressive with unarmed.
Rika was trying to actually set up the punish. Rico's trying to make him waste the dodge, and very good defense, not utilizing the dodge. That was a beautiful weapon toss, and that almost...
Ooh, that's risky.
Didn't quite catch. Oh no! Tried to go back and grab his weapon after the weapon toss up. Wasn't able to catch. Still fighting back on. He makes it back after a very good defensive sequence to get back on the stage. A lot of pressure was applied by Rika. Rika still in control. Ooh, tried to D-light. No good. Goes over, gets the... Oh, nice punch.
Oh,
yeah, that's a
can't
good
D-light
combination.
Saphir's just playing the patient game now. Talking about patience, suddenly off stage, a great Sair. Unexpected for Rika. Saphir recognizes now if Rika can get something started, it's hard for him to get back on stage. So he's just going to play this super safe and really keep the second stock alive as much as possible.
That was a great turnaround. After that defensive play on the side of the stage, what a way to get the job done. Now, trying to get the closeout, getting some good damage here, winning in neutral a couple times. Neutralize is not going to be enough. Rika trying to find that last touch, went for another neutral light. I feel like that one would have been enough, especially being that close to the edge, but didn't quite get it. Goes off on the side, tried to go for recovery, nothing doing. Here's some more damage for you. Saphir has something to say. Oh, there goes the Sair. Now, final stocks, good damage on to Rika. Saphir poised to take this one, but this scythe is going to be a problem, guaranteed. Yes.
Saphir just cannot land on the stage whatsoever. Anything he tries to do, backing away, it's Rika there, having that long arms reach at the scythe. Okay, good start there, at least for Saphir to get some more damage applied. Rika just needs to keep this scythe alive and make sure Saphir cannot pick up a weapon. Weapon throws, any options possible right now, has to keep him at bay. Rika's in a tough spot though, has to just deny this weapon. It's a big 50-50 each way we look on this ledge. Saphir playing for the weapon, no, just suddenly picks up the axe instead. All it takes is one good signature from Saphir to bring themselves into the lead this series.
Yeah, I mean, down sig is definitely a good option. I feel like we're going to see something else be the answer. Ooh, goes for the Sair, no good. Both of them on the cusp of defeat. One good combination from either will be the close down, like not going to be enough.
Oh, good spot dodge.
He had the read. Beautiful jump at the last second from Saphir to get out of the way of that side light, because that would have been it. There you go. 2-1. Saphir's way.
Oh, a real game of footsies at the end there. And look at that damage output from both players. It is roughly the same. Only Rika sending out 20 more damage than Saphir's Ulgrim. That is unbelievable.
Yeah, very, very close, contended game. They were both playing amazing. You can tell by looking at the end, I mean, how much damage both of them had on them. Like, it was right down to the wire. We got 305 damage and 274 for the two weapons coming out for Rika. So a good spread of utilizing both weapons. Most of the time, we're getting the lance out of Saphir. We're going to stick with the same characters, it looks like, going into game number 4. 2-1, one more game to stay alive here in this tournament for Saphir. But Rika is going to have to win 2 in a row now to make something shake. And Rika's been doing great. Rika's been putting it down to the wire and putting up a good case to take each of these games. But just the closeout in all but game number 2, it's been rough.
Yeah, it's been a little tough. It's been a little tough thus far. Gotta say, I do like the patience that we had seen from Saphir going into the end of that last game. I think it's just the patience, going for those spot dodges first rather than the immediate punish against Rika. Say, like, the axe side air would be the immediate follow-up. Rika's been able to read into that so much more, looking for those spot dodges, resetting the play field quite a bit more. But Saphir has just been catching Rika off guard at those very last intense moments, and I think that really speaks to the nerves of Saphir, where even facing the lower bracket, right, you're teetering so close to elimination, you have that game lead, you're still cold as ice, making sure you can get those spot dodge punishes.
I think going into this, so I was going to say it last game, but I didn't end up saying it. I feel like that Rika should have stuck with the scythe.
Yeah, I agree.
When I saw the switch, like, you landed like 4 hits in a row, maybe 5. It was a good sequence. And then you switched to the gauntlets. And not that you did terrible with the gauntlets, but you didn't even give the scythe a chance to show what it could do in the closeout. And I really think he would have won if he was stuck with that weapon. I think that's the weapon where he's been sneaking a lot of KOs. Off stage, he's actually came away percentage-wise with more stocks than he has with the gauntlets. The gauntlets have been the ones that We've been seeing Zafir play very good defense against off stage. He's not been able to close out. He's playing good neutral with them, but either way, I think the Scythe was the answer to close that one. And we're going back into the gauntlets, but so as a player, you're going to play what you feel more comfortable with.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like there, just at the end of that last game, it's more so just like nerves and making sure you have that grounded control on stage. And we haven't really seen Rika bring out a lot of signatures so far this series. And I just feel like in terms of the Scythe, it's hard to find KOs outside of just really high damage or just off-stage play. But Rika hasn't had that time to go for the follow-ups or even really the initial starters for any signatures. We might see one for the ledge guard here against Zafir. Great down air to send him off stage. Can't quite find the follow-up there. Ground pound didn't connect. Zafir, though, still barely makes it back on stage. Reads out Rika going for the ground pound so well, but again, that follow-up not necessarily there. Great ledge guard. All it takes is an end light to bring Rika down to their second stock.
Rika has been having the highest of issues trying to take the stock off stage. He just can't catch him. The defense from Zafir right now off stage is amazing.
Oh.
He just sneaks around every option. He's not going to be able to make it back after that ground pound. Very well placed from Rika. And now, stocks are tied. But man, the offstage play, it's like that's where it looks like he wants to take the stocks, but he's just not able to get them. And I'm telling you right now, the gauntlets, man, if he just goes off stage with that Scythe, I think he would have a better percentage taking those stocks.
We'll have to wait and see with this stock because I feel like Rika's going to keep this Scythe almost the entire time. Zafir, though, punishing with the Lance. Still waiting for Rika to get back on stage for that ledge guard punish. No, not quite just yet. Game of safety once again. The gauntlets are back out, Zip, and I'm a little nervous. This is where Zafir finds a lot more of that safety value, especially from the Sares. Oh, but Rika is just trying to bait Zafir back off stage, but he's not taking it. Oh, great! Cancel neutral sig, huge.
That was huge. That was huge. And I'm telling you, man, it's those peekaboo options that we're seeing from Zafir. Zafir is just doing stuff. It's like, you know what? I don't do this often, and then here you go.
He's not as readable.
This one, were you? What a pickup!
Huge
from Rika. Quickly neutralizing that stock.
Oh no! Rika realized
weaponless, unfortunate.
Rika realized that he's been able to find a lot of that early chip damage with the Scythe and likes to end the stocks with the gauntlet, but he got rid of the gauntlets just at the wrong time, recognizing, wait, I need the Scythe! Unlucky, really. But he does get the Scythe back, at least.
Yeah, he's got the Scythe back. He didn't really eat too much damage in the meantime, and now, nice combos. Beautiful damage. Baited the dodge, didn't get the punish on it. Off stage, here he comes. Zafir wanted to close that one out quick. If he would have landed that Sair, it would have been trouble in the neighborhood. Oh my goodness, weapon toss up. It's that defense that we've been talking about. It's very hard to deal with him on that side of the stage. Weapon toss up into a recovery. Great play. Now he's got no weapon in hand. He's going to get the axe, and ooh, man.
Oh, the safety.
Rough stuff.
Zafir looking for those side air punishes. He's not able to find it. This is elimination stock of the tournament for Rika. He has to play this safe, but he needs to apply that pressure against Zafir. What was that? No, the spot dodge away from the recovery. Rika just needs a single hit to keep themselves in this tournament. And there it is. 2-2 now, Rika clawing their way back. That's absolutely what you need.
Okay, so absolute shout out to Rika for closing that stock out. But I just can't get enough of how good Zafir's defense is.
Yeah.
When we get to that last stock, he sidelighted him, right? He doesn't dodge. Then he sidelights him again, and he dodges the second. Are you kidding me, bro? Let me see. Are we gonna get the whole thing? Watch. Boom. Oh no, just the end. Dang it, dog. It was so clean. Like the patience to not spot dodge after that first sidelight was insane.
Yeah, and I feel like just like that overall weird spot dodge that we see, or spot dodginess that we see from Zafir has been really keeping him afloat. Like, his overall kit and the way he's been playing has been great, but the fact that he's just really playing around with Rika to make sure he cannot find those follow-ups, and, especially like, say, Gauntlet Recovery, right, has just not been viable for Rika to use. So it really comes down to what this next stage will be. The closer, more condensed stages have worked well for Rika. Demon Island's still available, but Worlds and Alliance could be in his advantage. But if I'm Zafir, I want to go Demon Island. I want that Lance to have the maximum horizontalness that you can, and, well, Rika's the one that chose Demon instead. This is going to be a scary one, and I feel like we're going to see more and more Scythe gameplay than Gauntlets this time around.
I hope we do. I hope we do. To be honest, I feel like Rika should have went Fortress.
3, 2,
you have that
1,
side of the stage. There's no way to cross under. It's a pretty long side. He could be able to really edge guard pretty clean there. But now we go here, and now you have no plastic to play with or anything, and I feel like with no platforms,
Oh,
it's
what a
been
good
the
startup.
detriment to Rika.
Oh, this is just a back and forth right now. Both of these players just looking for any opportunities to bait each other off stage. That was a great nair from Rika, but look at this. The macro level punish follow-up has left Rika so low on this first stock. The slants we mentioned before, so good for that Sarah capabilities when you have such a large stage like Demon. You have so much more room to play around with. Not as much capabilities for a player like Rika, who needs to be up close and personal. The spot dodge out of the way and be in Saphir's face. It's close. The double recovery.
Double recovery. Yeah, buddy, Rika, I see you. That was a beautiful play. Gonna get one of the first leads we've seen, and not gonna be enough on the neutral light from mid stage. If it was a little closer to the side, would have been it. Now we're looking for that last touch. Weapon toss, down light, and there it is. Sailed him. And that's a home run, baby. Gonna go into stick with the axe? Yes.
Yeah, Saphir's most dominant game so far this series is when he was perma weapon starving Rika. And of course, as I say that, Rika does pick up the gauntlets, but this has been a really bad early stock option for him. He was able to find a lot in the early first stock of this game specifically, but otherwise, throughout the entire series, it's mostly been the Scythe startup here, and gauntlets would be there to close out the stocks. So yeah, you can see Rika looking to throw these gauntlets away, create some of that space away from Saphir. I wouldn't be surprised if we see him get back on stage, choose to bring out that Scythe instead.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised either. He's going to do a weapon toss, doesn't have to go for the weapon switch. Nice combo, though.
I mean, at this point,
succession.
The damage is so heavy against Saphir, you might as well stick to the gauntlets. Ooh, what a risky move.
He went for the gusto on that one. He said, let me holla at you. Came off on the side, doesn't quite get it. Goes back up, weapon toss, and it clinks him. It takes the stuff the recovery with the weapon toss and not able to touch the side. Is Rika going down to an accidental play, to be honest. I don't think he meant to KO with that. That was an accident on the side of Saphir, but he will take it. I guarantee that. Taking the weapon and keeping them starved, going back into the lands. It's game time, baby.
Oh, there we go, Saphir, look at this. Trying to just rack up that damage early on. Good unarmed recovery, sending Saphir down. Now both players, they're tournament stock. They've made the top 8 here, both from the lower bracket. They want to keep this alive. Rika has the advantage, brings out the Scythe. If he can continue to find these startups in the dares with the Scythe, that'll be huge against Saphir. And as Saphir's keeping his distance, he's looking for an opening, but Rika's making it almost impossible to find one. Great spot dodge from him, sends things to an end light, just waiting for Saphir to make another mistake.
The last play against this Scythe has not been as electric as it's been before, right? Like, whenever we see this Lance, he's been landing hit after hit. There goes one of those SIGs that you said we weren't seeing. And here goes the side signature, closing it out. Rika playing from behind after getting his stock robbed and taking this one to the crib. 3-2 over Saphir, and Rika will be living further in this 2K tournament.
Man, correct me if I'm wrong, Zip, but I'm pretty sure those last 2 SIGs from Rika may have been the only 2 connecting SIGs from him that entire set.
Yeah, he tried that exact same combination earlier. So I won't say they were the only ones that connected, because what he did earlier was the same down sig setup, threw him out there, and he tried to slide off with the side signature.
Yeah, nice.
And I think that was in game number 2. He went out there and he did that same setup, but he missed the side signature. And he said, you know what? I'm not taking it out of my arsenal just because I whiffed it once. And there it is, close the set. So, I mean, golly, he didn't use too many options. Now, I will say, he wasn't sigging at all with the no, he did sig with the gauntlets, he just didn't land it.
Yeah, he tried
what he didn't try at all was the neutral signature. And I feel like after the neutral light, you saw a lot of the time, the collected data would have been Saphir's dodging in place a lot of time after he landed that, or dodging straight up. He could have landed the neutral sig after that, but either way, it doesn't matter if he used it or not, because he still won the set.
That's true, that's true. Hopefully, though, as he continues into the lower bracket, we can see more of those neutral SIGs come out. That would be really cool to see. And I mean, Rika fought that entire set. You know, speaking back about signatures, he fought that entire set really not utilizing a lot of his kit, right? I mean, almost the entirety of what Rika was bringing out was just spacing, and he was able to, like, just go in with just light attacks almost exclusively. And yeah, we talked about, what 3, 4 in total signatures throughout the entire set connecting. Otherwise, though, it was mostly just rely on chip damage through and through in offstage play.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, and, you know, I think at the highest level, generally with Mordex, that's kind of how you want to play it. You just want to, utilize your weapons and the great stat line of this character.
Oh yeah,
just outplay your opponent. That's how you want to play it. Down in the deep depths like me, in the lower ranks of the Brawlhalla ether, you're gonna get sigged to death by Mordex players.
Yep.
But at this level of game, you don't really need stuff like that. I mean, and even Saphir was very sparing with the sigs. Down sig came out the most out of the kit, but we really didn't see too many other signatures coming out. We did see that gravity cancel neutral sig with the lance that clipped the stock, but other than that, he wasn't doing much with signatures. They just both opted to use the weapons and outplay each other.
I mean, both of their signature kits are super bulky too. Like, if you miss a Mordex side sig, there's so many opportunities to just lose that stock right there, especially when you go off stage like Rika did. But I will agree, like, even with the axe, right, from Saphir, he would just slide off stage with it, and it was bold. It was audacious. I just wish it connected at least once, right? That would have been the highlight of the day.
Agreed. It would have been super hype if he was able to catch one of those. And now I will say it's also regional too when we talk about people not singing, because the South American boys, they be singing it up.
Oh yeah.
And it depends on who it is too. Because I think kinda doesn't sig at all with his taros. He might side signature with the hammer here and there, but in general, he just beats you down, beats you to death with the axe. That's kind of just how he plays the game. But anyway, with that being said, was that 2 games, Keg?
No, I think we have one more set after this before we go to our next break. We have Pavelski versus Bemya. Oh my.
Yes. Dang, that match was just super long. You're right. That was
that was a while. Yeah, I had to look at the bracket too. Like, okay, are we going to break now? Because it really did feel like we had 2 at once. Because even Acno Delta, right, went 3 and 2. It still felt really, really quick.
Agreed.
Oh, this is
a lot of defense in that game, man. That's what made it feel like it lasted so long. We'll take a look here at Pavelski.
Okay.
And Bemya. So. Didn't quite. I was just yapping it up. Didn't quite look at their head-to-head and their placements and things like that. But we know these guys.
Yeah,
we know these guys.
And Pavelski's a world champion, and Bemya, I mean, bringing out the Zol here is going to be really scary, too. I mean, we're looking at that 9 attack, up the defense a little bit more. I mean, yeah, you don't really need to bring things up to 10 attack. You can just space out a lot of people, especially someone like Pavelski, who, as Val, I'm imagining will play a little bit more aggressive. So I wouldn't be surprised if Bemya plays for the back heel, maybe a little bit more, tries to outspace Pavelski, and yeah, we're seeing that right away here. Just waiting for Pavelski to make the wrong move, wait for those spot dodges to come out. Pavelski instead, though, he wants to play that offstage play, because on stage, well, I think Bambi's had less than 10 hits so far, and already Pavelski's looking at that first stock loss.
Dog, it's Zol, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You're getting cracked over and over repeatedly by Zol. You're going to get taken out super fast. That is not how you want to start this nice little combination. Side light, side air. Going to take that one out, and boom. Opts to go back to the axe for the damage rack. I ain't mad at it. Very, very nice lead here for Bemya.
I love playing Zol. Him and Taros might be my favorite legends to play in ranked. Just because, again, you don't have to rely on signatures a lot. You could just out-punish your opponent so often. You don't really fight in neutral too often either, really. Pavelski, though, of course, he does bring back that side sig. He's trying to keep Bemya at bay, but this consistent pressure of the Zol is making things so much more difficult for Pavelski. He's tried the gauntlets. He's tried the sword. The gravity cancel neutral has been enough to keep him at bay. There hasn't been an answer so far on Demon. There's just too much space for Bemya to work with.
The patience on that extension over there, going out on the side and catching that gravity cancel neutralize was so clean. He went out there, baited out some resources from Pavelski, and then just capitalized. It was so clean. That was a very smart play. Recovery, still not going to be enough for Pavelski. Has not been able to get this first stock off. Down light recovery will do the job. And there it is. He's got to do his best to not get hit on the stock, man.
Yeah,
if he wants to take this game, he's got to really dominate here on this stock.
That's going to be the story of this entire set if we see Bemya continue to play Zol. Pavelski just has to play it out and wait and see what Bamya's mistakes can be. But Bamya's spacing and just the patience about when he brings out that initial kit of his axe has been so strong. Good patience of waiting for that recovery, knowing full well that he has a little bit of time to wait. He doesn't have any nerves right now in this first game. Oh, Pavelski, again, the onus is on him. One more strong attack from Bemya is going to end this first game.
Yep, one more big hit, and it will be it. Tried the side by side there, not going to get it, but the nair is there.
Player two
And there you go, Bamia taking game number 1 very convincingly. I did not see that.
I mean, Demon Island just gave Bamia so much room to work with. I like the idea of Pavelski trying to use the Gauntlet's down sig, trying to catch out Bamia as he tries to charge in and find that sidelight. Spacing with the axe against the Val didn't quite work out. Now, I was going to ask you, Zip, if we were going to see a legend swap coming out from Pavelski, because the Val just did not find any value. But already our questions have been answered.
That was absolute bars, Keg. Did you do that on purpose?
What?
The Val didn't find any value.
Oh, you know what? I didn't realize that. It's too early in the morning. It's 10:30. I'm not punctilious just yet, but I'm glad he caught out on that. But the Lucian pick, I like this idea up against Bamia. Having that extra spacing, using the downlight to make sure Bamia just cannot get a safe grounded entry in with that sidelight entry is going to be so strong. But it's just a matter of Bamia trying to make that adjustment. He's going to go for down airs much more often now against Pavelski. But these recoveries have been so strong. Gravity cancel, neutral sig doesn't quite find a lot. But you never know. This could be what it takes. Bamia is going to keep Pavelski off stage though. Side air does not connect. Punish with the dare so strong. Oh, the timing.
I ain't gonna lie. That gamble on that gravity cancel neutral sig up there really cost him a lot of damage. He's still gonna come away with the first stock, but he went on a streak of getting hit 5 times in a row after he whipped that. It's like, I get the gamble, dude, but man, I don't know if it was worth it. We'll find out here shortly if Bambi is able to take the stock quick, try to hit him with the neutral light, not gonna catch him, boom, bam, chicken and ham. I'll see that one later, and we got 2 stocks apiece, and he was able to take pretty swift without taking much damage.
Oh, I could go for some chicken and ham right now. I think Pavelski's going to double down with those gamble plays. It didn't connect the first time, but it's enough for Bambi to be super cautious now when there's those follow-ups in the air. But Pavelski just needs the proper timing to do that now. Good down air, good. I'm sorry, down light in the down air. Still waiting for an option to just get that damage lower against Bamia. That's the goal right now. Chip damage away. Keep that spacing alive with the blasters. Make sure Bamia cannot get close enough. And there it is. This is where I think we're going to see those gravity cancel combos once again. Pavelski's down below. Single downer could be what it takes for Bamia to remove Pavelski down to their final stock. Pavelski's just playing it safe.
Really just playing a punish game. Nice chase down right there. Doesn't decide to go out on the side. The dodge is wasted. Caught him. Neutral light, weapon toss, coming down, ground pound, no! Allows him to sneak right past another neutral light, puts it back on the side. What are we gonna get here for the closing option? Tried to catch the landing once again, no, good situation here. Oh, it was a good situation. I thought he was gonna sneak back up on the stage, but Pavelski not able to get around the off-stage offense. Bamia's got the lead here after going down early. Chase out on the side, recovery's good, catches that side air, good stuff. And 1 stock. We'll see if Pavelski's able to tie this up 1-1.
Yeah, the Katars have been a good entry point for Pavelski a lot of the times just to rack up damage against Bamia. The blasters, of course, have done the same thing, but the blasters have been such an early game option for Pavelski, up until now that he has to switch it up for this final stock. Bamia now knows what to expect with those blasters. Down light, down air, recovery, send Bamia into the air. But the Katars have been a little bit more unknown this early on. They've been a great stock ending option, and you can see why. Pavelski is struggling to find that entry point once again. And we're looking at Bamia, only looking for maybe 1 more hit, not even a signature, to send Pavelski down for this game, for the second game.
Down light nair. I mean, that's the one. When you have the cannon in hand, that's the one that they're normally going to look for, or if they can edge guard you and catch you with a neutral light on your landing frames. Those are the ways that you're going to see people try to take the stock. Side light Nair also, you saw him try that option too. But down light Nair, especially on a place like this, it has a pretty high ceiling, but not the highest of all. And so it is the one that you're going to see people getting taken out like that. And they're going right back in there. We're going to see what's cracking with game number 3. Bamia has the lead 2-0 against Pavelski. And I saw the chat, a lot of people in the chat were saying they had Pavelski. I feel like most people thought it was going to be going in his favor. Bamia has something to say about it.
I mean, Bamia's just output with the Zoe has been so strong. He can afford to just not go for these consistent hits so often because every single connection from him on that axe is going to be a huge punish against Pavelski. All he has to do is wait him out. Wait for Pavelski to make a singular mistake. Pavelski can rack up that damage. We're seeing a lot of dares in the downlights and downlights in the dares, but the follow-up potential, especially ending those stocks, has been a big struggle for him up until now.
He's really been getting chunked by the axe, dude. Like,
yeah.
Those dares, like, just Dare. He's gonna neutralize it up. Boom, bam. That's another one. He didn't even get touched to the ground. He hopped right there. He saw the sweat beast. He said, "Oh my God!" Got himself out of there.
And look, if I'm Bammy, I'm sticking with this axe. There's no reason why I'm switching off at all. Pavelski's going to switch it up with the guitars early stock again. Well, actually, no, this is late stock. I'm sorry. But we did see that at the end of the last game where we saw the early guitars coming up from Pavelski, and they found absolutely no value. They were hardcore destroyed by the axe of Bamya. So Pavelski's going to swap back to the blasters, allow Bam to get that cannon yet again. As long as Bammy can just play patiently once more and see Pavelski miss those downlights, that's the perfect entry point for him to find that damage again.
He's trying, man. He's trying to put the damage on. He is getting touch after touch. The only thing is, it doesn't matter. He's landing combos, and then we're seeing one hit
another nair.
Equalize or take the lead in damage from this Zola. He's just got heavier hitting weapons. He's got heavier hitting characters. So it's just hard for Pavelski to keep up in this matchup.
I mean, Pavelski needs an answer to this axe. The blasters were good at the beginning of last game, but now Bammy's just keeping more space away. Barely fighting in neutral, just waiting for the prime opportunity. The moves have been so fast too. We saw briefly a gravity cancel and what was a downlight that didn't connect, but it was enough to put Bamya just a little bit more forwards against Pavelski. Pavelski has a great spot dodge there. This could be what he needs to take the lead back in this game. But no, the follow-up there to end the stock. It's read by Bamya. A perfect opportunity this side air.
Yeah, I already could see it, man. He came in with that neutral signature a little too late, and I could smell that sig coming.
Yeah.
There's not a Lucian player alive that won't throw that move out if you're that damaged. He tried it, he got punished for it, but he's able to clean it up and tie the game right back up. Let's see if he can deal with this damage and keep a lead here going up against Bammy in this last stock, because if not, we'll be out of this tournament.
My expectation that the stock would be a lot more slower, but Pavelski's trying to go up close against Bamya. They're both just trying to be within frames of each other, making sure the spacing's not going to be enabled for either one of these players. Bamya, though, does have the advantage there. Such strongness of the axe. Good to send Pavelski high into the sky yet again. Oh, but playing for the stage.
Okay.
Pavelski's just looking for any spacing opportunities to string the blasters together. He needs one signature right here, right now. Off stage, Bamya, perfect opportunity. The down sync doesn't connect, but neither does Bamya. Oh, the neutral light's good. Keeping it at bay. Bamya does lose the axe. Pavelski needs to end this now. Keep themselves in the tournament. They don't want to go out 0-3. No recovery just yet. No sig. A side air. One more should do the trick.
He had his recovery on deck. He was being smart, saving his options. Downlight into the neutral sig.
A read
I
to
thought
spot
he was
dodge.
gonna D-light recovery, dog. He gave him a chance to dodge, but caught him on the back end of the dodge. That was not. That was not supposed to happen. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm gonna be honest.
I mean, unbelievable there from Pavelski. He completely changed the tempo so much of that final stock where at first it was super aggressive, then we kind of devolved into footsies between the two. At the very end, Pavelski was using the entirety of the stage and even more so off stage just to keep as much distance as possible with those blasters away. It was a real old school Brawlhalla moment there, and you can see why with the Lucian being one of the OG legends to come out of this game, why that spacing and why that was so important against him. And Pavelski, he had to think, okay, you know, we didn't find a lot of success with the Lucian a few games ago. Last game, we finally got our point on the board. We're going to go to a much smaller stage this time, and this should be... it's going to be more of an advantage, I would say, for the Axe Guitars than one specific player. Because I feel like the spacing for the blasters and cannon won't be there as much on this stage for World's End, but the guitars and Axe are so up close and personal that this should be a much more brawly type of game.
Think so? I feel like we're still gonna get the same pacing from Bamya, to be honest. Now, the aggression kicked up at the end of the last game from Pavelski. I think he's gonna keep that up. He's doing it right now. I think the pacing from each is gonna be about the same, unless he's gonna have to do something to deal with how fast Pavelski's playing the game. So maybe you are correct. No.
Oh,
Okay,
Bamya
I like
struggling
that.
with those follow-ups.
Short hop nair, didn't quite catch.
Now keep in mind too, Pavelski's really only been using downlight into Dare quite a bit, and then he would follow up once Bamya's in the sky, but Bamya's starting to read into that quite a bit more. Up close and personal, not using a lot of aerial moves with the cannon, Bamya's been able to secure that first stock. Now keep in mind, Pavelski possibly down to the final two tournament stocks. They have to even this out right now with the guitars. It's a much more up close and personal affair, and he does absolutely that. A huge signature to even things up.
Oh yeah. There it is. Remember what I said. It's not a Lucian alive. It's not going to throw that sig out when you're super damaged. He's able to catch this time. That one was a lot more well-placed than the one from the previous game. And talk about well-placed. These blaster shots. This Lucian is looking really, really good right now. Dominant performance here in game number 4. Loving what we're seeing. To utilize this dodge for a gravity cancel, going to get clipped. Giving his opponent a chance to equal up his damage. But nope, right back at him. Boom, boom, bam. Not going to be enough. What's going to be the option? No, they can't catch the Sayer. All right, back into the neutral play with the cannon.
Oh, great denial of the neutral sig there from Bamya. Okay, cannon's out now. Guitar's back in play. I will say the blasters have found more value than I thought they would. But we'll get to that in a second after this nair. Bamya's barely able to maintain the lead, and Pavelski's down to their final stock. I thought for sure we would see Pavelski use the blasters less because there would be less escape options for him outside of missing shots. But now for Bamya, he's being strung together so much more with these fast hits from the Lucian that, he's not able to find that escape option safety instead. He's relying on the cannon though. Early damage stacked up. The Sayer doesn't find much. Pavelski cannot get hit by anything else now by the Zal. He's missing the Sayer. Off stage now. Bamya waiting for the neutral. Hasn't brought out too many signatures with this cannon yet, if at all. Oh, but will it be enough? The Sayer's there to catch Bamya off guard. Guitars are back in play, but the recovery misses. The nair thought to catch up Pavelski. Doesn't quite do so, but the second one does it. Bamya keeps going.
There goes that nair. It's going to close it out. And Bamya, 3-1 over Pavelski. What a turn of events.
Yeah.
I honestly did not see that coming. To be honest.
I didn't see it coming either, because the first game with Val, not the best showcase from Pavelski. We did get to see a strong Lucian in the last few games, although it only converted into one game win. I will say though, I thought swapping the World's End would have been ideally in Pavelski's favor. You have a much smaller stage, you have a little bit more ledge room to work with for Blaster's ground pound, you have a little bit more GC sig potential that you could work with, but even then, I was surprised Bamya countered all of that what Pavelski could have brought out with the cannon. And I thought for sure you have Demon Island, a much more lengthy map. You don't have as much Sayer or floaty capabilities, but instead, he stuck purely to a grounded cannon playstyle, except for off stage, and it really racked up that damage against Pavelski.
Yeah, he played a lot of good neutral with the cannon. And contrary to popular belief, I think that weapon does play good grounded neutral. Yeah. I think it does a better job than, say, like, I think the most comparable weapon, aerial-wise, would be the Lance, right?
Yeah.
I think it just does a better job on the ground than the Lance. So it can do good in both spaces. You're even having a little bit more issue if you try to play aerial with the cannon, I think so. I think you play that weapon a little bit more grounded. To really, at the highest level, to really dominate. I think that's how you play it. And he did a great job.
Yeah.
Pavelski, game after game, was collecting data. He started to understand where he wanted to go. His blaster started to pick up because he started to understand, okay, he wants to dodge over, go this way. And his combos were getting lengthier and lengthier. Problem is, with Lucian, he could not find the kills.
No,
he couldn't find the downlight recovery kills. He couldn't. His Sayers were just putting them right outside. And Zal has super low defense. If you're not killing with the Sayers, then at that point, what are we even doing? I really think if he wanted to keep playing the blasters, he need to play a legend that had blasters and he could do a little bit more damage. So it just didn't work out for him in the end. And he was playing very, very well. It was just he could not find the KO options.
Absolutely. And with that being said, though, we are going to be going to a small break. Don't go anywhere. We have one more set with us as casters. We'll be right back. welcome back, everybody. Oh, the birthday boy's back. Hello, Zip.
What's going on, y'all? What's going on?
Hello, hello, hello. We are down to our final block as us as casters, and we are still in the lower bracket, but we have a banger matchup on the way. We have Rika versus Delta, and actually, I'm sorry, this is the upper bracket. I really, really want to see how a Mordex versus a Teros will play out, because I think that Scythe versus the Axe is going to be the huge predominant factor so far in this matchup.
Man, we watched him deal with this already, and I ain't gonna lie, it went down to the wire.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. This
And
is
my
the lower
thing
bracket.
is-
I thought Rika won. Sorry.
It's all good. Well, Rika did, but I'm saying it went down to the wire.
Yeah.
So,
really
but
did.
my thing is, I don't think that the axe that he fought right before this was of the caliber of Delta.
Okay.
So to be
okay.
honest, I'm kind of worried for him. I'm kind of scared for you, Rika. I'm kind of scared for you.
I mean, Rika was pretty good towards the end of that last matchup with like spot dodge punishes. I would love to see him continue that same momentum going into this one. It's gonna be hard to say how it goes underway. I have a feeling again the Scythe just has enough spacing with like any sort of light attacks that should be enough for Rika to find, just enough wiggle room to escape the barrage of attacks that Ateros could bring out. But as soon as we get into the match, the map select, we'll have to wait and see if we're gonna be going to a smaller map or a much larger map to see who might have some sort of advantage.
So now, if they go to a map with platforms, who do you think that favors?
I think that favors Delta, because you're just able to nair with Hammer a little bit more.
I can rock with that.
Yes,
I can rock with
sir.
that.
Yes, sir.
I can rock with that. And it gives more escapability and more defensive plays
Yeah.
against the Scythe also. So yeah, I like it.
Okay,
And it gives it. Oh, it also gives the pivot hammer plays also if you play on the plats.
Ooh. So remember
got?
how we saw Rika go for like that the down sig into the side sig off stage on Demon?
Yes.
Saphira's Ulgrim had more escape options there, just purely because the Lance has such good horizontal movement. Delta's Teros kit doesn't as much. So I feel like Rika's going to definitely want to play Delta off stage and look for those early sigs so much more than we had saw in the last matchup with him.
I can agree with that. So we're going to have to look for the dangers on that side of the stage.
Oh, lordy, what is this? Oh my
He's coming out
god.
the gate swinging, ain't he?
Okay. Rika is on fire right now, and Delta does not have any spacing options up until now. Okay, keep him at ledge. No, Rika just hops on over Delta like a lily pad, dude.
Ooh, I like that attempt, but the punish was great from Rika. The punish was even better from Delta, closing the stock with the Sayer from the hammer on the turnaround. And now, switching over to the axe, and we'll see how fast will Rika be able to take the stock off and keep this game close.
Really felt like Delta was on the backseat that entire first stock, and Rika just got hit with seemingly like 3 moves and was taken down first. Ground pound was a little overzealous. I got worried there for a second for Rika. But Delta does fall, and Rika's not too far behind in terms of damage. We haven't really seen a lot of early game Scythe just yet, mostly just the end stock of Delta. A lot more closer and much more footsie potential than we had seen before. The neutral has gone handedly in Rika's favor.
It's definitely been in Rika's favor.
Yeah.
It's just the damage output and being able to punish whenever he overextends. That's where Teros is going to come into play. If you can keep Teros playing the punish game, you're doing a very good job. You're going to get a lot of damage put onto you no matter what. But as long as you're not allowing him to be the aggressor and the starter of the damage, then you're okay.
What a read! The gravity cancel
golly!
downlight into the weapon throw. Good lord. Okay. Delta, how does Delta clutch out these stocks when Rika seems like they had the entire stage to themselves?
Bruh. I mean, that stomp there was clean, but that weapon toss was absolute money. He Steph Curry'd him from downtown. that was so good. And now, trying to neutralize this stock, get it back to a tied game without taking too much damage. Let's take a look at Rika here. Got the gauntlets in hand, trying to find an option. Neutral light, boom, bam, weapon throw. Oh yeah, he's getting chunked on right now. This is not a good look. Side light recovery, will get it after the dodge has been expended. Coming in to the final stocks. After only getting a few touches, he still got some good damage on him, but Rika should be able to make something happen here. What? Man, I'm trying to gas Rika up, but these plays from Delta in the air are so clean.
I mean, Rika, again, it just seems like whenever they're on stage, they should have that advantage. They've been racking up that damage against Delta. The micro reads that Delta's bringing out have just been exquisite. And there it is, another punish. The weapon throw this time doesn't connect, unfortunately, but hammer out? No. Oh, that side arrow goes so far. Any hit at all from Delta is going to end this first game.
So close to the closeout, and the closeout, without a doubt, goes to Delta. Delta 1-0 against Rika, and I'm telling you, this is rough, man. Like I said, I'm worried for him. A lot more hammer play than I was expecting in that game. He actually did 372 with the hammer, more than he did with the axe, which was 175. Very solid game, and a lot of gauntlet use again, which to no surprise from Rika. We've been seeing him use the gauntlets a lot more. On the 170 coming out from the scythe, I would like to see. I'm telling you. I just feel like I'm right somewhere in my heart of hearts that if we see more of that site, it's going to be cooked. But I think that Rika just is maybe just a gauntlet player. Maybe that's what it is.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like a lot of players now just know how to like read and spot dodge scythe so well at the combo starters that it's a little bit more difficult for Rika to find that initial beginning to really get the smoothness of the scythe down. What I am surprised about is that Rika willingly chose to go back to Demon Island. I feel like this is such a perfect stage for Delta here in this matchup. You have so much more space to work with here, especially with that hammer, to just send Rika away. And Rika, if I were him, I would have gone to Miami or World's End just to make things a little bit like more condensed and benefit the gauntlets more. Look at this setup! Rika doesn't have an answer yet. This is why the hammer was so strong on Demon last game. You just go for these D-like punishes off of Rika, shut down any movement that he has. Good spot dodge, punish again with the downlight. And Rika just does not have any answers for this first stock.
Oh my goodness. Welcome to the world of dance. The breakdown, the break dance coming out from Delta to take the first stock. That was so clean. So clean. Perfectly placed. And now, I mean, look at the pacing. Look at the way he's controlling this game. Those stomps, you can't find an option for it. You can't find a way to get started. I mean, we're seeing the scythe. I wanted this scythe, but ain't nothing happening with it. Stomp, a read on it.
Oh, man.
There.
Oh, Rika.
Disgusting right now. Nice recovery.
Okay.
Weapon toss. Yeah, he's done so. Going in that one. There you go. You finally get that stock off. But man,
yeah, what cost though?
You know what I'm saying? He had him shuffling, trying to find options.
Oh, it's these downlights coming out from Delta every single time they've connected. Good lord. Holy
moly donut shop. That dude.
I don't even think going away from Demon's going to be a good answer from Rika anymore. If Delta could just find these downlights okay, that one missed. Like 95% of the time. No matter what stage you go on, Rika just needs to find a way to find more successful down airs off of those downlights that Delta's bringing out. But he just barely GCs right above the stage to do it, to throw off that spacing from Rika.
Yeah, he's making it very difficult. And there we go. We got a pretty even one here. That was a nice swift stop. Okay, he's played a good job there on the final stock. Didn't really get hit much. Maybe to about 2 touches. And now look at the scythe coming into play. Nice grab and cancel. That was a beautiful way to set up the starve. Goes back into the gauntlets, the comfortability zone.
That hammer's back out again. Oh, one false step from Rika, especially when Delta's so close. You could just easily turn around and downlight again. Great side sync from Delta. Oh, another side air.
Mother, another one. Weapon toss and D-like ground pound. I could smell that one coming from down the block. The window was open and it was in the window seal like a pie. You know them old cartoons? Yeah. The whiff, the smell comes through.
You're like floating
drags
through.
Me on over there.
Oh, all fours, you're floating through the air, following the trail. Oh, Delta's so good with the hammer. It hurts. I don't know which stage we're going to next. If I'm Rika, despite what I was saying before, I don't want to go back to Demon. Give me any stage other than Demon, please. Just give me a smaller stage so you can't set up with the downlight as much with Taros. Oh, but Rika changed it up. No longer the Mordex, instead now the Mirage, and Delta is going to try to Mordex diff Rika. That is bold. Oh, no.
What?
No shot.
The disrespect.
That's what I'm saying.
I love it.
Double scythe out now. Now, Rika on Mirage does have a little bit more, like, escape option signatures. I'm thinking Scythe down sig, but pretty much any signature that Mirage has will be good to help get out those close quarters options that Delta likes to bring. But I think that was with the expectation that we'd be seeing a Taros come out. Now it's Gauntlets versus Mirage, and Rika, once again, just has no breathing room to set anything up. But this time, Zip, the tempo is completely different. Delta's just barraging attacks on him.
Delta said, you know what? You wanna what? Brother, no, dog, no, bruh.
Oh
no.
my god. What do you do here if you're Rika? What do you do?
I'll tell you what you do. When the game's over, you turn your PC off and you drive over to Delta's house for a good conversation. And you ask why you trying to do me like this in front of my people. That's what you do.
This side down saying almost connected, but that was read by the spot dodge, and Delta does it again. The weapon throw, the disrespect. This could be a clean 3-stock.
No way, bruh. No way he's doing this. The unarmed, yeah. Show him you got them hands. Don't let him do this to you.
Come on, Rika.
Show him the hands in front of his fans.
Right outside the hurt box. No shot, Delta. Okay, finally the ground pound works. But that's been the only working option so far, and Rika's on tournament stop.
Yeah, it's nearing the end. We'll see if we pick it up here. Trying to get something rolling with that scythe. That down seat, that thing would have hit. My goodness gracious.
Okay,
nice.
Rika,
A little combination. Tried to go for the read. Does not catch. This is giving Delta a little bit more trouble on these gauntlets.
It's
a little
giving
bit more
Delta
issues.
energy. Oh no, Rika got rid of that scythe though. Tried to GC down sig. Oh, I saw the vision, but the weapon throw sees a better one. What a dismantlement from Delta there. Of course, Delta's gonna move on forward to the lower semis, but good lord, in what fashion?
That was very sad. That was very sad. The Delta Mordex, he came in there, he showed up and he showed out, man.
So, surely, right, we'll see Delta's Mordex like for the rest of the tournament, right? Surely.
No.
No?
No.
No, you got it after that one. That was the best game we've seen from Delta so far.
That was for pure showmanship purposes, I promise you.
Nah, it's showmanship. I feel like we're going to see the Mordex one more time. I feel it in my gut. It has to happen. Somewhere in what's left in my soul, it's such a good counterplay option that it's got to come out at least once, right? Once?
I promise you. I promise you, he only picked him just to be like,
sure.
this is how you play Mordex.
But like, he was
feel
like,
that's
whoa,
the only
I
reason
did
he did
really good with it, though. Like, I don't
he
think
knew
Delta...
he was going to do good with it.
Yeah, but I ain't that good, though. Like, if I played that well in a tournament with my counterplay pick, like, it's like, okay, no one else has seen it so far this tournament. I'm going to bring it out at least once more, like one more time the next set. And if I do horribly with the Mordex, I'm going to go back to Taros.
It sounds smart. It sounds great. It sounds great.
I want to see at least one more time. But luckily, though, we don't have to worry about that just yet. We do have something much more ferocious than Delta's Mordex, though, at least in theory. It's Bamia on that zone once again, coming up against Sarme. Oh, no. So, regardless, despite what you see on the screen right now, we are not going to be seeing the Val for the first game. Instead, it's going to be Scythe versus this monster of a character. We're going to have the Axe with 9 attack, the cannon with the 9 attack up against the Mirage, which, defensively speaking, not the best in the world. Going down on attack a little bit more for Sarme, upping that defense even more to help it out a little bit. I think the Scythe is either going to really struggle here or do so well.
I mean, it's either or. Yeah, I don't think there's much middle ground on it. I'm going to agree with you on that. But what's so funny to me, well, I can't stop smiling. What's so funny to me is Sarme saw Pavelski on the Val against him, and he was like, nah, I ain't doing that, Chief.
I mean, I don't blame him.
I'm not even trying.
Been a monster.
3, 2, 1, brawl.
Oh my gosh. All right, here we go. Getting into game number 1 here. Zol versus Mirage. That's that secret agent Mirage. I don't know the actual name of the skin, but I call it secret agent.
007
Actually, that's
Mirage.
Crimson Viper from Street Fighter. That's what she looks like, really.
Ooh. Oh, I got worried for a second there. Sarme almost made a fatal mistake getting back to that ledge. Okay, Bamia is really laying that butter on, trying to find as much pressure as possible. And Sarme, I mean, this is the first appearance of the Scythe, really. is finding a little bit of impact, but I get so worried, especially on this ledge style play, because Bambi can just send in one hit and Sarmai's done for.
Bro, yeah, he's got him on the custom feet. Yeah,
what, that works?
That's a lot of damage. I mean, it wasn't supposed to hit. It's just he jumped into it. Actually, I kind of was wondering why he even got hit by that.
Yeah, I was surprised that Sarmai. He must have just not thought about it the second. Just went for it. Great down light into the nair. Huge work. And Bambi has a very solid lead now.
Very, very large lead. And it can only get extended from here. Look at him. More axe damage for your troubles. Nice pivot there. He's just spacing out. He's not really overextending. He's not doing much. So when you look at how Bamia plays, he's not particularly playing a punish game, and he's not playing an aggressive game. He's playing a preemptive game.
Yeah.
He's going out there.
It's the perfect example.
Look at it. Look. And bam. Oh, no. I thought he was going to D-like ground pound. I don't know why he didn't go for that option, but he's still in the advantageous spot right now. Going to go up into the top down air. It's going to be good. Nice neutral light. Now, where's the kill hit? Is that it? No, it is not.
Oh, sorry.
The second attempt is no good. Comes up on stage. Sayer. Finally, the one. But what I was trying to say about his play is he's playing a preemptive game and not an aggressive, not a punish game. What he's doing is moving around until the point where he thinks, and now is when you want to attack. And generally, he's right, and he hits you right before you strike. See, he tried to strike right there, and that was exactly when Sarmai tried to strike.
His timing is incredible.
He's preemptively hitting you when you should want to press a button. Very interesting gameplay.
Yeah, Bamia's timing has just been incredible so far. You know, it makes me wonder if you go up against someone like Bamia with the experimental changes right now, right? Where if you hold the dodge button, it's not in live play yet, but if you hold the dodge button, you're able to get a frame 1 dodge out of an attack in the future if it doesn't get implemented. So someone like Bamia might struggle a lot more with that, and you know, people will take advantage of those like frame 1 spot dodges out of those strikes that Bamia's bringing out. It gives them enough time for the escape options, but as of now, Bamia's taking full advantage of the fact that these spot dodges last a lot longer and are just a little bit more distance away for him to reset himself.
Definitely playing a magnet game right now.
Oh,
nair for
double
nair.
nair, triple nair.
One more, and there it is. That'll be the game. Oh my gosh, Bamia coming out the gate swinging for a 1-0 lead against Sarmai.
I mean, what is there to say, right? You brought him to Demon, so much wriggle room for Bamia to play with there. Like you said, his preemptive game style has been so good. I like this change. You're bringing out, yeah, okay, okay. I like this Cannon Gauntlet, looking good. You bring out the Onyx. I think Cannon v Cannon's going to be interesting. I wonder, surely Sarmai's not going to play the same preemptive game. It seems like that's kind of Bamia's style. But I wouldn't be surprised if we see a little bit more of a punish-heavy game with the Cannon instead from Sarmai.
Yeah, I like that option. But what I will say for this, for real, like Cannon versus Cannon, cool, right? I like this pick for the stat-wise. You have the defense to deal with Zul's hits now. I mean, well, not if he's dragging you off stage into the deep depths like that. But oh my, never mind. Like, I guess if you get hit 6 times in a row, it doesn't matter how much defense you have. Forget everything I was saying. Just forget about it.
Oh, the gauntlets have to be the saving grace right now. Bamia Cannon diffing Sarmai, at least in the beginning here. Sarmai has to play this so safe. If Bamia breathes on Sarmai, almost like that, it was not quite a big breath. If Bamia goes for a big breath against Sarmai, that's it. That's the end of the first stock already. Oh, there it is.
Nice breath.
Yeah, there it is.
There it is. That's a big breath right there. And he's going to take the stock out pretty easily. Didn't take too much damage. He said, I've got the Cannon's number. I'm the Cannon player here. Back on up. Now, Cannon versus Axe coming into this one. He's going to get a little bit of damage on. And, I mean, we can just see it right now. Everybody's watching right now can see Sarmai struggling in this neutral. Can't figure out exactly what Bamia wants to do. He's just getting tapped every time he tries to get something started.
And that's been every player that Bamia's been up against. They are just struggling hardcore between the Axe and the Cannon. Like, we've seen a lot of players so far this tournament, or at least in our block, really predominantly use one weapon. I mean, they will use both, but just stick with one. But Bamia is just swapping between the two. That's going to make the adaptations for Sarmai and the reads so much more difficult. And Bamia can use that to stay unpredictable.
Yeah, he's doing amazing with it right now. Look at that read on the side switch.
Oh my God.
Double neutral light into a little bit more damage for your trouble. What's going to be the play here? He's been catching landings very, very clean, by the way. I wanted to talk about that, but I mean, he's just playing so fast at such a pace that I don't even get to really stick on subject very long. You want to come out there on the side, nice recovery. I thought it was going to be a problem. Look at him, he caught him.
That's
He
it.
can't
That has to be
He
it.
didn't touch the ground, did he?
No.
He's done.
Oh,
Yeah.
he could have. Great read again. The ground pound. Such a good read.
171 damage. 171 damage.
Oh, I think you got your wish, Zip. You got your wish. We're going with Koji now for Sarme. 3 games, 3 different legends, 2 of which have not worked so far. Maybe the extra dexterity can work out well for Sarme. They can get a few more hits in, keep Bamia at bay. But I don't know if this... I don't know if the Koji's gonna be the right pick. I can see the bow in theory being good for the downlight, maybe entry points, but otherwise you have to get those quick pivots with the sword with side air.
I've already seen the sword go against this man, and he knows the match. Bow, I think, is cool, but I feel like you just put yourself at such a deficit as the strongest striker in the game, and now you have no defense. I personally am gonna say I don't like it, but we're starting off good. It's not like it's looking terrible. But, man, I'm worried for him. I mean, if he just gets caught by the wrong things, that's the wrong thing right there. He's in a bad, precarious situation.
Oh,
Bam,
that read.
You feel what I'm saying? Like, that was just too easy because he has no defense.
Yeah, and that means Sarme has to play bow perfectly every time he gets it. The sword could be a good viable option too, just to rack up some damage, but I really feel like the reason why Sarme chose it had to have been the bow for extra distance, but it doesn't even matter. Sarme can barely hold on to a weapon. This has just been an onslaught from Bamia. Oh, it's gonna keep going. He just keeps going. It doesn't end. Bamia's a monster in the lower bracket. He is quite literally a lower bracket demon. I got you. Oh, let's see what happens here. Sarme trying to find that landing, unable to do so. Bamia reads it perfectly. Recovery's out. And I mean, I can't believe we're saying this already. This is tournament stock for Sarme. It feels like we had just started this series, and we're only now just ending it. Finally, a stock takedown. I think that's the second one this series that Sarme has to his name. And Bamia can just wait a little bit longer to wait. Sarme does have that bow. Waiting for that downlight to find any sort of impact. But again, preemptive plays from Bamia, making it a struggle. Good for the start up there for Sarme. Keeps the strings going, just barely out of reach. The axe doesn't connect. Oh no, but off the ledge, that makes me so nervous. Bamia has the perfect reads each time, anti-ledge guarding.
Man, he's definitely racking it up. He's doing a very good job with this bow, but it literally just comes down to the fact that he can land combination after combination. He just takes damage way too fast. That's the problem I'm seeing here in this matchup. That's what I talked about in the beginning. Look at this movement, though. He's shuffling. Every day he's shuffling. He's landing some good touches, but just one touch, you see his color change from straight yellow into orange. Nice signature. Still not able to get the stock off.
Recovery.
Coming down. What's going to be the punish on the landing? Nothing. Oh, yes, he catches him down like Sayer. Nair right back at him. Oh, the side light into the Sayer was coming, but he missed the side light. A little bit more damage.
Oh.
He has got to get this stock off here if he wants a chance. Down like Nair's going to do it.
This is it. Already red. Tournament stock for Sarme. Has to keep this alive. One of the closest battles we've seen so far against Bamia, so far in the top 32 and above. Sarme has to keep distance with the bow. Uh-oh. Neutral light's good. Anything else from Sarme against Sarme now? We'll end it.
Yeah.
Oh, just barely keeps it alive.
He can get back, dude, but yeah, this is trouble because what's he going to do in this landing?
That's it.
Another one. I knew it. That has been the shining light for, I say Delta and Bamia. Not gravity cancel, the neutral lights with the axe. They are waiting and catching people's landings perfectly. So when you get into a situation like that and you're that damaged with that little defense, he was going to clean that up, and I was waiting for it. I knew what was coming, and I know Sarme knew what was coming also. It was all she wrote.
Yeah, I mean, that was just an onslaught from Bamia. I would not be surprised with the way he's been playing so far in the lower bracket. He's got to make it to Grands. There's no shot.
We'll see.
There's
going to be people in the way for him. I mean, I would assume he's going to make it the way he's been playing, but there's going to be some opponents in his way. On the way there, on that lower side of the bracket, he is going to have to run into Acno. Now, we saw Acno does understand how to fight the Axe. He did end up losing to Delta up there on the upper side, but he did very well against the Axe. So his cannon play is going to have to be his saving grace in my eyes going up against a player like that. But that's if he gets to play him. How does the bracket look? Is he on the way? Is he actually about to play him?
No, it's going to be Acno and Razor's up next.
Acno and Razors. There we go.
So whoever loses this has to face Bamia in lower semis.
Oh, what am I talking about? So Acno's on the winner side. I forgot Delta was the one that lost. So he'll have to run into Delta.
Yeah, that's scary.
Yeah,
They're
never
both
mind.
scary.
I'm tripping, brother. Yeah. I don't know, man. That's scary.
We'll have to wait and see. I mean, look, the winners bracket's up next. That won't be covered by us, though. That is the end for us today. Sparky and Polly are going to be the ones to take over for the rest of the day. So don't go anywhere. Give Polly and Sparky a big warm welcome for us. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
So give me that money. I wanna spend that money. Just give me that Friday feeling, like if you're living at the weekend. I ain't dead and sleeping. I don't wanna grow up. I don't wanna grow up. I don't wanna grow up. One day I'll try to not get wasted all the time, but for the moment I'm alright because I feel so alive. Yeah. I
I'm having a great day. Seems like Pauly's having a little bit of trouble with his audio here. He sat here before the broadcast started and was like, please let me intro. I have such a good intro. Please, man, just this one. I promise I won't ruin it this time. I promise it won't be a problem. But you didn't get to hear what he had to say, so I guess I'll be the one to welcome you into the stream. We're here at the Winter Warzone, baby. Brought to you by a bearded Brawls, of course. I even didn't shave for this one. This is a couple weeks of normally shaving, so I just want to be like slow motion at the end of the day. Pauly, do we have you back with your audio? You are looking real surprised right now. So everyone in chat should just type what like they think. Pauly, oh, he's back. Never mind. I'm sorry.
Hello.
We're about to have a fun activity.
Hello, everyone. I could be talking to nobody right now, but I'm going to be acting as if I am not. How are you doing, Sparky?
I'm good, man. I'm really excited for this one. We have a nice top four that we're bringing you right now. On the top side of the bracket in the winners finals, of course, we have Razox. That is not Ray Zyger. I saw that name and was like, wait a minute. Is Ray Zyger in EU all the way from South America? No. This is like PR68 Razox versus Acno. This is a big spot for Razox to be in. This is more of a kind of normal spot for someone like Acno to be in. And then on the bottom side of the bracket, we of course have Delta. And then Pauly, I'm going to let you say the final name because that's it's one of the people you told me about in the past.
We got Bamya. We got Bamya still in the top four through and through. This is a really, really exciting bracket right now. As I always say, every single time I'm on these community tournaments before the off-season kind of ends, this is a really, really fun way that we can get kind of early access, early access to how are the regions doing, what's kind of going on, what is Acno up to, and how are Razox and Bamya doing this well? Because it looks like these guys might be turning up for 2024.
And that's why tournaments like this are so cool, because we always have like the first tournament of the season. Normally it's a winter championship, and it's always like, okay, what have they been doing during the off season? We gotta see. And so that's like our first preview of the rest of the esports season. But now we have like a preview before the previews. This is like the trailer before the preview. This is the teaser for what potentially could be brought to us this year for the next year of Brawlhalla Esports. It could be led by Acno. It could be led by Razox. It could be led by any of the players that are still in this tournament in the rest of our top four.
And we are kicking things off strong, going over to Demon Island. We've got, of course, Acno on the Ragnar and Razox on the Terrace. We've got two axes coming out from both sides here.
I don't like a Ragnar pick. I'm not a fan of that legend in terms of... Oh my goodness! All right, big side signature.
All right.
I'm not a big fan of the Ragnar pick specifically because, like, if you want to play Axe, that's great. That's a fantastic choice. Razox is doing a great job at that. Acno's doing a great job at that. I don't feel like Ragnar as a legend has the juice in current meta as an Axe legend, except Acno has been doing pretty well with the Katars today. He's starting up this edge guard, trying to go to the other side. Side sig over the edge, doesn't actually make contact. I'm not a big fan of the signature kit that Ragnar has, and I don't care that much about Katars, at least Ragnar's Katars.
And I mean, Acno is no stranger to Katars whatsoever. I mean, I'm pretty sure we saw this Ragnar pick coming out during not only DCX, but also even further back. I think the first tournament that Godly played in, the match point was Acno on Sentinel, if I remember correctly. So Acno, no stranger to Katars, and he's making good use of them. But as of currently, this is an Axe party right now, Sparky, and we are seeing why. Acno is putting in some work right now, giving Razox a really hard time. I mean, he's just completely dominating the space right now. Razox can't get that much in, but as he does, he finds that Seer. He's gonna be able to close it out. No, he won't.
But something that made me feel more comfortable, specifically about like Akno's Ragnar today, is it was in one of the first sets he played earlier. It was against Delta, and if you were looking at his damage spread throughout his weapons, like yes, of course, he had the games where it was like 85% of the damage was on Axe, but then he had other times where he was not only finding KOs with guitars like he just found, but also he was spreading out the damage more evenly along his weapons. So he's not just an Axe playing Ragnar right now. He's using both weapons. He's using both of them reasonably well. Of course, I still think he's using the Axe better. But yeah, he's like one of those players that like, all right, I'll give it up for the Ragnar thing. I'll stop being a hater for just a moment, and Akno gets the pass on the Ragnar.
Akno has been, all in all, in this past 2 stocks, you know, kind of slowing down the game a little bit more, looking for punishes here onto Razox. Razox picking up on this fact, starting to play a little bit slower as well, but as soon as Akno gets that initial hit, he gets like 8 hits. If Razox gets one opening, I mean, look at that. Akno, he does a wake up, he does a good escape. Razox is never able to follow up any of this damage, and Akno is just building up this lead, bro. What is that?
Yeah, went for the side air after the GC sidelight. The GC sidelight on its own was interesting enough. Decent right over the corner, gets the KO. And it was interesting, the edge guard that we saw before that, where Razox was like sitting over on the wall and he was staying camped over on the wall. You're seeing the exclamation points come out. I'm a little bit surprised that Akno, it seemed like he got a little bit impatient, and then he went in with the sidelight that gave Razox the like easy and free punish right over the corner. When all Akno had to do was sit there, the exclamation points were coming out. Razox was the one in disadvantage state. He was stuck over on the wall. Wallslip was about to activate and stop resetting his jumps when he touched the wall. So really, Akno just had to sit there and wait. And him, as Ragnar, with the axe in his hands, has a lot of options. Of course, he has signature punishes. You want to catch someone high with the neutral signature. That's like a perfect signature for that. You can throw out the side signature over the edge once that final exclamation point comes out. He had a lot of options, but he did get a little bit hasty when he was the one who really chose to slow down the game. So that's interesting pacing change for Akno in that one moment. He's starting to not have too much momentum on the side here as he's getting into the red and disarmed after that neutral light from Razox.
I'm liking this first stock so far. Razox, especially, with a beautiful hammer stare, able to take that stock off. So far, I mean, really good axe gameplay coming out from both sides. Razox with a couple of missed punishes, whereas Akno is looking a lot more precise on it, punishing that dodge as well, getting a little bit of a read in. Razox, in general, I mean, especially on this axe, seems to be able to follow up this damage a little bit better now.
Yeah, he's definitely finding a lot more momentum, and this is a lot like his previous set against Sarme. Of course, that was a dominating set. He got 3-0 in that. But aside from that, like in the beginning stages of it, Razox was kind of getting handled because he was getting whiff punished just constantly by the orb that came out from Sarme's Ezio. Once he got past that, like, I'm going to throw out an attack, it's going to whiff, and I'm going to get punished, he was able to put out a lot more pressure, specifically with the hammer. His hammer really started to step it up as the game went on. That's going to be the first stock finally off of Razox. That's about 1:25 seconds into the game with the desync on the main stage from Akno. But yeah, Razox, like, as the set went on, he just got better. His issues with whiffing and then getting punished were just gone, and that's kind of the pacing so far. It's not quite as rapid, but it's still very solid pacing from Razox so far.
What I'm waiting to see if history is going to repeat itself, because Razox, he had an amazing start of last stock as well. Sorry, last game. But now, with hammer in hand, I mean, Stomp's there, it's going to be hard to mess that one up. He's going to be able to find that knockout. Pretty comfortable lead here. He also is on that axe. He has the option to go a little bit more aggressive if he wants to. But it's Akno. You don't want to count him out yet.
That's true. I think these guitars are really struggling here.
Oh!
Finding their way in
options,
as they can do from time to time. And of course, because you're on Ragnar and not like a Lucian, you don't have all of that movement speed to help you get in and out. So you're kind of more on even footing in terms of movement speed compared to the Taros. Okay, what's he going for?
Yeah.
He was waiting, then he was patient, and that's a fantastic edge guard.
Bro, with that entire lead, Razox got in total 1 hammer sidelight. I mean, Akno, he balances these out, bro. Razox is not able to push any of these advantages, and for the last stock, the most important stock of this entire set so far, Razox is back at square one, and Akno is ready to bring him down. Razox is gonna have to work really hard here.
You talked about how Acno was just like a little bit cleaner earlier, and like with that edge guard that we just saw, like that's the perfect representation of it. It was a guitar dare and then like an unarmed dare, and that was it. And Razox was in orange. It was nothing like super cheeky. He was just patient. He was careful. He kind of followed Razox over out there on the edge, and Razox cannot be throwing those out. He didn't get punished for it immediately, and he actually did find a counter punish after that happened. But he's got to be careful and just kind of play the game that he was playing for most of the game so far until Acno got that edge guard with guitars.
Yeah, Razox seemed to have been getting a little bit stressed, but it looks like he is kind of regaining composure.
Nice.
Acno with the ground pound,
Nice.
so close, and Razox gets it. Those are the punishes you need. You cannot mess up in those opportunities, and Razox rightfully is going to be able to take that stock off with a beautifully executed punish, and he is 1-1 in the set. May I remind you that Razox is still PR 68.
Yup. And his PR, I mean, technically will not change after this tournament because it's not an official tournament. So we could see some crazy winter championship coming out from Razox, getting a huge boost in that PR. But he really cleaned it up at the end. Like, you saw him fast fall down to get out of the way of that falling ground pound that Acno was throwing out. So you saw that coming in the moment. Not only was he able to get away with it, he also found the, oh my gosh.
Okay, dude. Okay,
Razox is going crazy, dude.
He's definitely cooking right now. Acno is trying to get something back, but Razox kind of steals that momentum. Acno is taking it back, though. And this is the thing. Whenever Acno is in the advantage, he will be very, very like late to lose it. Razox loses these advantages so fast. Like, that was amazing. Let's not overlook the fact that Razox just absolutely popped off. But that happened, what, like 20 seconds ago? Acno's basically evened it out.
Yeah, he's done a good job coming back, but now he's back over on the guitars. Okay. The good news is he lost that stock with the guitars in his hands, meaning that the next weapon spawn he picks up is going to be the axe. So he has that axe already primed, which is most likely what he wanted to do.
Oh my god.
That's great.
He wanted to go for something again.
Razox
Acno,
going
though,
wide.
off stage.
He was able to touch the wall and get back. I think Acno just maybe wanted to play it safe there. I'm not sure what his mindset was once we saw Razox kind of go wide over to the right edge with the axe recovery.
I think that was just a situation where both players were like, I don't know what you're trying to do, but I'm afraid. And then, so they kind of just had that agreement of like, okay, let's step back a moment, let's go back onto stage. Neither one of them really tried to get anything massive on the way out. Acno, now we're back onto center stage, and Acno is dominating this space with his axe. Razox trying to go for something, able to get that punish finally. This is some intense neutral we're moving into.
This is some classic EU gameplay.
That was 6 seconds, at least 6 seconds with no attack. That could be a record in this game. Acno is going to be able to take that stock off, though.
It's not even a record in this region, Pauly. I think you know that.
I said in this game, as in like this game. In this 8-minute 3-stock
Oh,
game.
okay, all right. I thought you meant this game is in Brawls. Like,
No.
Let's be truthful.
No way.
We both know.
Bro, that's not a record for this region. That's not a record even for this tournament.
For probably not even for these two players.
Probably not. But nonetheless, it has shaken out to be a quite even situation here. And I mean, when both these players they start playing a little bit more slowly, this could really change the dynamic between how they're playing.
I think that the slower they play, the more I almost want to say it favors Acno. Just because like what Razox was doing at the beginning of this game was like it was 4 or 5 axes. And it was incredible strings, incredible momentum, and a lot of pressure that he was putting out. He doesn't have that pressure anymore, whether Acno seems to have the axe or the guitars in his hands.
Acno's punishes are just too good, dude. Like, literally, go back on this VOD and look how many attacks that were punishable did Acno miss the attack. I swear, it's not a lot. He's finding every single time Razox makes a mistake, Acno is there, and he makes sure that he has to pay for it. Acno up 2-1 on this game now.
And the fact that he's finding those really clean punishes all the time later in the set that kind of convinces me that Acno is going to take this, even beyond like it's Acno. Of course, don't count Acno out, and it's going up against someone like Razox, who has an incredible performance today. But two different tiers and calibers of players. Now, maybe in a year that might not be the case, but at least now that is the case. But the fact that Acno is finding all of these punishes, that's what Sarme was doing successfully against Razox, but it was in the beginning, and then Razox figured it out. The fact that Acno is figuring out Razox the other direction, a complete 180, that does not bode well for him. But we're getting back into this game, into game 4, and we are even so far in this set. We're still running it back on this stage.
Razox able to get back up from that. That was kind of scary. But yeah, as you mentioned, different caliber of playing, different caliber of player. I do want to mention, yes, Acno is doing better, but Acno is in no way like skill checking Razox. Like Razox is putting up an amazing fight. Acno, I mean, just right now, Acno is behind one stock. It's 2-1 on the board. Razox is doing an amazing performance right now, and honestly, even though maybe, yes, I would also favor Acno winning the entire thing, I wouldn't be too surprised if we saw this go to a game 5. But time will tell. We're still only in the second stock for Acno here, and the third is still stock for Razox. Very good start for him.
Definitely this game, these two players look evenly matched. Even though Razox is technically in the lead right now, it's a pretty decent lead too, especially after these 2 hits. Really after he got the third one, but he didn't make that connection. But still, these look like 2 really evenly matched players, whether we're looking at them at Acno's skill level or looking at them at like the perceived PR68 skill level that we would assume that Razox would have. So either way, both these players are looking good. It's starting to slow down, and Razox has started to figure that out. If he's not careful,
okay,
side of that makes a connection, and he's just going to disengage. Smart move. Oh
my god.
He has the huge lead here. He can just go for the simple edge guard. Doesn't even... Oh, he did need the weapon toss to actually make a connection as the dodge came off the cooldown just in time.
Oh, that's there!
Complete control.
No way. No way. Razox had an opportunity of getting a knockout and like 4 different situations, and now Acno is still back, and he's dealing damage onto Razox. Razox must be stressed right now. He's trying to find this knockout as soon as possible. Yeah, you see he's going for the Sears.
The fact that he went with that GC Insig out of the blue over on the corner seems like he wants this stock gone from Acno like a long time ago.
Yes, dude. 100%. And you see, he's starting to get stressed. Acno knows it. Acno is still riding on the second stock, waiting for Razox to make a mistake. He's not even going for the punishes. Acno, what is happening? Okay. Thank
Finds
God.
the connection. D-Sig straight off the top, and Razox has an even better lead than he did before.
Razox able to find the end knight. Going off stage.
Oh, dude.
1 GC Ensig, there it is. Hey, I mean, that's why it's called high risk, high reward though, right? Razox is going to be losing that stock. If that turned out, it would have been amazing for him. We're back still even ground, but this is a bit dangerous. If Acno is able to weapon guard or a weapon star Razox here, he's blessed with a pretty good spawn.
It's crazy that we saw like Razox looking visibly stressed.
Oh no.
And like he needed to find the KO, and then all of a sudden he comes out and then gets bodied over on the right side because he was feeling himself too much. Okay, that time Acno actually waited. That's the 3rd time that we've gone through that exact same interaction where Razox is over on the wall. 2 exclamation points come out. The 2 times before D-Sig again, dude. It's so good. It's so
Razox.
good, Pauly.
My man, he knows how to use it, and there it is. We're going to a game 5. It's not over.
That
I want to say,
defensive option is so good.
I see Acno hovering over his legend. I'm not sure if he's just taking a couple of breaths or maybe he's going to be swapping. I want to see more of Acno's Qatars, bro. He's kind of cooking on the Qatars.
I don't know, man. I don't think I want to see much more of the Qatars anymore. He did actually. I take it back. He did 193 that game. I take it back. I'm being a hater.
Dude, Acno had a lot of good neutral on the Axe. I mean, obviously, it's like in the name of Axe that you're gonna have good neutral if you're on Axe, if you know how to play the weapon. But if you look at like when did Acno play really clean? Like when did Acno line things up to play super efficiently and get good knockouts? So many of them were on Qatars. He's getting these dares, everything on Qatars, off stage onto Razox. That's how he's finding a lot of these knockouts.
We are changing up the stage this game. Still going to be a mostly flat stage. We're taking away that soft platform. We are going to have some much larger walls here, so we could see some more extended off stage. If Razox wants to sit over on the wall, though, like he was previously, like he has a lot of wall to work with. Going in with the ground pound, he was right up against that wall. Meanwhile, Akno was over in the push-off column. A little bit of a chase off stage. Razox is going to completely disengage, though.
All the Katars now. Let's see, did I hype these up too much? Time will tell. Able to find the D-Sig. He's going to be throwing it away. Oh, and going for that massive ground pound. Razox is able to avoid it though. Akno picks up the pace yet again, getting a couple of hits, resetting neutral back.
Gets over back onto the main platform very quickly. Didn't really spend too much time on the wall, even though there is a larger wall here. Dodging through that side air that would have bounced him off the wall. Their dodges are really good. It's going to be punished
Recovery,
for sure.
yeah. Akno with that Sarah. I think that's the second time this game that happens. That exact encounter, and Akno able to close that out with the ground pad as well.
Razox might need to move into the push-off column a little bit more, get a little bit deeper off stage than staying just right up against the wall. It's not like it's a fatal flaw for him yet, but like he's been punished for it several times, and Akno's just been like, yeah, you're going to be over there, I'm just going to go right along the wall. Whether it's a weapon toss, whether it's the ground pound, or whether it's like the D-Sig right over the corner when he has the guitars in his hands, like he's going to go for that. So Razox should be expecting that. And come
just
on.
like that, they're swapping places! And there it is, dude!
Okay.
This is so classic Akno of whenever Akno is like, you know, it's last game, it's kind of an even game, Akno will go for a big play and usually he's gonna make it work. But Razox is not falling for his stuff, man.
I'm still seeing those like goofy GC hammer insigs coming out from Razox over the corner. Like that time, ultimately it worked out, but he hasn't really been finding success with that so far. It was really just like his offstage gaming ability. And there you go, right along the wall.
Yeah.
Right along the wall, Akno's gonna ride it again, no problem.
Yeah, at that point, I mean, he dodged down and that did line up with that. At that point, it's not even a dodge read. As you mentioned, he's just always so much more comfortable close to that wall. Akno is now playing constantly off stage with that in mind, and I'm not sure what's running through Razox's mind with that right now.
Now we're on game number
further out, but still very close.
He's just burning his dodge, and Akno's not anywhere near him. Like, do you think he's gonna run into that? What do you like? I don't know what Razox's thought process is there. Because like obviously he's a much more talented player than I am. But
we gotta get that out of the way first, yeah?
He continues to go for these things, and it's like not even close to hitting. You're not deterring a threat or anything. Like you're in the disadvantage.
Oh, this is bad. This is bad or very good if you're looking at it from Akno's perspective. He's dominating this neutral space right now. Yes, we are kind of seeing even trades now. And there it is! I think it's the first time! It's the first time!
Dude.
Sit down, Sparky! Razox is here to show us how you're supposed to play Teros off stage on that hammer. He's on the stage again now. He has the axe in hand. He just hit that N-Sig. He's feeling good, dude. He can do this now. Akno with the D-Sig though. That's so close. Close to the wall now. This could be it, and it will! Akno going to be advancing throughout the bracket, and with a Game 5 fashion, Razox taking Akno down to their last stock. It wasn't enough though. Going to be sent down to the Eliminations Finals, and we have our first grand finalist, Sparky. Stop being so angry and be happy.
So mad
be happy for Akno. Akno just made it to grand finals.
He did. That is true. He did. He definitely did. That is true. Still not a huge fan of the Ragnar here. I'm hoping he maybe changes his mind once the season gets going. But who knows? He might come out on top as the victor of Winter Warzone here. Brought to you by Bearded Brawls. Man, yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm really looking forward to this next set. I don't know what to expect from Bamia. All of the Bamia content and video footage and broadcast footage that I've seen has come from today. You have mentioned the name Bamia before to me in the past. So this is like one of your boys. I didn't know Bamia was from Norway.
Neither did I. However, what I will say is I personally don't have like how do I say? I don't have that level of knowledge and confidence in Bamia as a player, but I know at this point like if you hear a player's name enough times, you're like, okay, this guy is either really annoying in ranked or like super good at the game. And it's about time we figure out which Bamia really is, because we're seeing every day people like, I'm queuing Bamia like 15 times, I can't play anymore, always in 2 a.m. in the morning, you know. But Bamia, he's in top 8 right now. He's in top 4 even, and he is showing us that he's been hard at work and hopefully improving a lot at the game. But he's going up against Delta, and I mean Delta. I mentioned it earlier in the before when we were just VCing and chilling.
3, 2,
Delta is PR number 9, but I don't think that tells the entire story. Delta is insanely scary right now.
Yeah, if you look at like Delta in general over the like past year, in terms of performance, like that, it's like looking at BCX and seeing 13th. You can't look at 13th place at BCX and be like, yeah, you're probably only 4 spots better in your region, more or less. That's just not how that works.
I mean, I know it was a while ago, and you know, we can't stay in the past for that long, but in Valencia, he did 3 OUs. I mean, Delta is good, but we are currently getting into the final phases here of our first stock in this game, and Bamia is keeping this game pretty close so far.
So Bamia was playing Sol earlier and like handling opponents. Specifically last time it was Bamia versus Pavelski, and that was a 3-1. All 4 games resolved for Bamia. But swapping over, maybe doesn't want to play the Axe Mirror here. Maybe just doesn't want to play Cannon into this Legend. Wants to play some of the Orb that we saw, I mean, previously today, although it was on an Etsy.
Yeah, Bamia, I mean, nonetheless, so far it's working quite well. Going to be going out that end light, not going to find a knockout. Getting knockouts on Orb is not an easy task, so we see him swapping over to these gauntlets. Still not able to find something. Able to get that Dare recovery though. That's going to be the first stock off. Delta has put in a little bit of damage, but Bamia with his weapon advantage hopefully should be able to even it out. We see the first end light going into a dodge feed. Nice wake up from Delta.
Bamia's had some solid momentum so far this game.
God.
Neutral sig coming out, and that is going to be up. Bamia knew
He's too
instantly.
clean.
Yep. See, that's how you use the neutral signature. That's a good way of using it, brother.
Delta getting the end lights. Tries to follow it up. Wanted to go for that side light there, but Bamia being very close to come up to Delta, able to get that side light in. Full stock lead. Bamia is gonna need to either completely dominate neutral or go for like 1 or 2 good reads here.
Oh, nice to stay above that recovery coming in. Perfect spacing on that coming out from Bamia. And then got the punish right after. There's the D-Light into the Dare. Tried to get the recovery again for like the bounce off the stage that we saw Bamia take, I believe, his first stock with.
Bamia has this thing about his playstyle that I'm starting to notice. Bamia plays the game with like such confidence. Bamia plays the game as if he is running towards the enemy and throwing out attacks. Only difference is he does it with an extreme level of precision.
He's playing definitely a lot like specifically a gauntlet player. And I don't mean like just because he has gauntlets in his hands like a lot of the time. Oh, Delta, beautiful neutral signature. Love that. Top side of the ground pound makes contact.
And lights.
So it's just going to send up. The
Oh my
weapon
God.
tosses from Delta are so
Player
good.
1 wins.
They're too good. Delta advancing to the next game here. 1-0 on the bracket. And I mean, we're seeing Bamia on the same legend. I'm starting to fear for how the rest of the set will resolve, because we're hyping Bamia up. Of course, Bamia, it's the name on a lot of people's lips right now. He's top 4 in the tournament itself. But Delta, he's looking good.
I'm just like not seeing anything from the
3,
orb. I'm not saying the orb is bad. I just
1,
haven't seen
brawl.
anything to make me enjoy Bamia's orb just yet. And so it's been mostly gauntlets. So I'm a little bit confused, just you know, just a little bit by the Petra pick. Not that like Petra is terrible. She's great. But normally when you have like gauntlet players, oh my gosh, like Bamia is showing us right now, you don't necessarily lean into the Petra. Usually you have like the orb players leaning into the Petra. We're talking about like
Oh my lord. Yeah.
at least in today's
I mean,
current market. Oh my gosh, these gauntlets are so
his
good.
gauntlets are clean, dude. His gauntlets are really clean. You mentioned that you're not seeing a lot that you're liking from Bamia's orb. I mean, as an axe enjoyer, I'm seeing a lot to enjoy from Delta's axe, and I do believe Apologies if I'm incorrect. I do believe the next weapon for Delta is going to be the axe. But Bamia is not even letting him pick it up. Completely chasing him down. It is going to be that hammer instead. Chasing up that anything. That would have been crazy if it hit. But Bamia with an amazing punish, with a chain of punishes. And just like that, with a single missed attack, Bamia is able to take down a stock. 3 stocks against 1 now.
So there's a lot of really good things that happened in that moment. Delta found the neutral, he tried to find the neutral signature. Oh my gosh, now the orb's coming out, showing some momentum. Delta tried to find the neutral signature that he found 2 times before, ultimately leading to KOs. So him going for that there, super normal choice, super smart choice, because he's so far behind that he needs the big play like that. In that moment, that would have been huge. That would have been a KO for sure. Bamia found the adaptation, knew that was coming, had already been hit by it twice, so the 3rd time was not the charm, it really was the charm if you're looking at Bambi's point of view. So both players played that moment really well, even though it was a quote-unquote like mistake from Delta by missing that attack and getting punished by Bambi.
And there it is. Bamia closing it out, putting 1-1 on the scoreboard. With, I mean, some of the cleanest stocks that we have seen from him thus far, at least in this set. Delta having a little bit of a harder time, maybe between the games, could bounce back a little bit. I mean, Bamia, towards the end of that, I don't really know how to explain it other than Bamia was in a flow state, dude. I mean, Bamia was pressing buttons and all of his buttons were doing well.
He was showing this great gauntlet gameplay. It makes me want to see like Wushu, some legend that you can like throw those signatures in a lot more, because that's something we haven't really seen too much of, is something that's like unique to Petra. Gauntlets are not unique to Petra. The high movement speed and high strength is more unique to Petra, but we haven't seen any signatures so far, which I'm not faulting Bamia for that, but like if we're just gonna have that pure gauntlet gameplay, I would almost lean into the Wu Shang at the end of the day, but I'm really liking these gauntlets. That's the one takeaway you should have.
You might feel as if Bamia has dominated this first stock. However, what you have forgotten is that Delta is playing Teros. So that stock is actually going to be taken away with a couple of hits. Delta now going to be sticking to this hammer. I think it's the spacing. I think it's the spacing and the movement. That's where Bamia has Delta.
Trying to find his way in with the orb. Again, really hasn't found that just yet. There were some signs of life. Oh, the stomp made the connection, and then like the later kicks of that neutral light ended up finding purchase on a Bamia. Stomp side air. See that, ladies and gentlemen, that actually show you right there that stomp side air can hit stack.
That's crazy. I can't believe it. Bamia going for the D-Sig. It is going to be connecting. Delta. Oh, that would have been super funny if it hit, but unfortunately is going to be going down. Bamia still in a deficit here, though. Delta has built up a little bit of a lead for himself. With that end light going to be securing the weapon as well. Bamia missing that punish. That's so unfortunate.
Delta threw out the down air and hasn't thrown anything out for like 10 seconds. He was scared what to do, and he's about to get edge guarded. Sweat beats did come out. He is disarmed. Bamia was over on the wall. No major initiation from Delta.
Stomp is connected. Delta can't retake control of the game. Bamia just keeps throwing out attacks over and over again, and Delta they're all lining up. Endlight comes out. Weapon throw? No, it's going to be a ground pound for sure. Recovery, actually. And another one, and that's going to be the stock. Bamia is going to be sticking to the gauntlets. I mean, he could have really swapped to the orb even if he wanted to.
Bamia with just a little bit of control here. Of course, we do always have to remember we're playing against the Teros, so things could change. Hammer is going to be the next pickup. Delta instantly went for the stomp right on Wake Up. See if he goes for the cheeky insig, or if he just moves away from that line of thinking now that he got fatally punished for it.
That could be it. Yeah, it's over. Oh, it's not over. Delta's still going. Back onto stage, able to connect that there. I mean, at this point, you've taken a lot of damage. You're going to need to play this so cleanly.
There it is.
Bamia, side lights there.
Oh, that wasn't enough!
Knocking out, though. That's orb for you, bro. DC and light not going to do it either. Delta, you have been given one last chance. One last chance.
I don't need any orb complainers here.
I don't even play this weapon. That's literally just facts.
You have a true combo KO combo option. Get out of here. Quit your whine. Man, even that side light sent him flying.
Oh, yeah,
ooh, that did it.
Player
Yeah.
2 wins.
Good punish coming out from Bamia. I do believe still, even though that ended up being Delta's downfall, I think that GC sideline was still a good option, because at that point, I mean, you're gonna have to try. You're gonna have to try and go for a. You're gonna have to try and go for something big, like a double sideline there, if you want a chance of winning those.
Stageman's coming out. We still have Demon Island, Small Fortress of Lions, and Small World's End. So
Yeah, these guys are platform haters.
Yep, that's exactly what I was going to say. Is Delta's just a platform hater, which, hey, I agree.
I mean,
I don't like him.
Bamia had 3 options. He had like 2 maps without a platform and
3,
1 with, and he
2,
went for 1 without. So I mean,
Brawl.
they're on the same wavelength here.
First weapon for Bamia is going to be the Orb. Looking for those neutralites. Does get punished with a falling side air from Delta. Again, more of those neutralites coming out. That stacked option. See how quickly he moves over to the weapon spawn once the next one comes in.
Bamia is just moving. Just in general. He's always moving. And Delta, with weapons like Axe and Hammer, he's having a really hard time of lining these attacks up with Bamia's movement.
And this is where some of that higher movement speed coming out from Petra is going to come into play. I don't remember what stance he was on. Didn't catch that before we actually got into this game. But at bare minimum, he has 6 movement speed.
Getting closer to a knockout now. Delta goes for that Sair. Not going to be connecting though. Bamia able to get that side light. A second one. And that's going to be it. Able to find the recovery off of that. I pray he sticks to the gauntlets, but he's going to be swapping over to the Orb instead.
Interesting choice. He's able to get over that recovery. That would have probably led to the stock. So good avoidance there. Or might just want to stick. I mean, I guess he had the chance to swap back over. Yeah, I really don't know. Because he had the chance to prime the gauntlets for sure. And given that he's at end of stock, maybe he just wanted to lose this stock with Orb in his hands. Oh, went for the big spike.
Delta is just struggling to get in and find these punishes or approaches onto Bamia. Bamia is just dominating in the neutral space, finally able to find that stomp there, taking that stock off, sticking to the hammer here. This is it. It's now or never. Delta goes down here. That's him completely out of the tournament. Bamia is on match point.
So it's interesting the way we saw Bamia just play the Orb for like the ending half, or really maybe the beginning half of Delta's second stock, is it was a lot of like really slow wait and punish, played a lot like Radish. And if you look at Bamia's gauntlets, he's not playing that at all like he played Orb. He's not playing gauntlets like Radish would play gauntlets. He's playing gauntlets much more in your face, whereas the Orb is a lot slower. Just waiting for those whiff punishes, hitting the side-light siding.
Yeah, he's definitely using a very different playstyle on both of these weapons. So far, I mean, I had my doubts about the Orb, but the Orb is working exceptionally well. At least it was for a while until Delta was able to take that stock off. Delta massively favoring the hammer right now, going for it time and time again against Bamia. He sees something in this hammer against Bamia, and I'm starting to kind of see what it is. He's finally able to find some of these attacks that he was struggling so much of getting in before. But time is running low. Not able to get that follow-up. Gets the Sair though, the weapon throw as well.
Coming in just over 3 minutes, so this game is starting to stretch a little bit long, but both of them are about halfway through their final stocks. Went for that neutral air, no immediate follow-up off of that. The landing sider doesn't make contact. It's just a weapon toss coming out from Delta. Just goes for the sidelight into the recovery after he previously went for the sidelight and then the double sidelight in the same direction. Bamia here
The weapon throw.
could be winning the set off of this, knocking Delta out. Is it going to be enough? Not yet.
So close. Delta stock is still going. Bamia going for the recovery. Still not going to be a knockout though. Delta's in the game. Able to get back with a weapon throw. Another one. A third one. Recovery not going to be hitting though. Bamia, one single hit, and that's going to be it. Bamia is going to be advancing even further throughout the bracket, knocking down Delta. What a set, Sparky.
That's a big knockdown. That is a very, very big knockdown. Because if you look at Bamia's trip throughout the broadcast, started off winners round 1 of top 32 against Skeldra. That was a game 5 situation that Bamia barely eked out at the end. Then Bamia moved on to Delta. We just saw him knock out Lost that one 0-3. He got bodied in that game by Delta. That was Bamia kind of stepping up into the next echelon of player, because apparently Skelter's not having the greatest day. But you look at Delta, Delta's having a fantastic day. And he took out Bamia 3-0, and then now just Bamia completely leveled up. I'm loving the gauntlets. I said I didn't see anything that made the orb exciting, but that's just I hadn't seen it. Wasn't saying that it wasn't there, I just hadn't seen it yet. And then we saw it. We saw it, Polly, and I loved it.
Yeah, Bamia with an amazing performance so far throughout this tournament. We are going to be able to follow even more of these games, obviously, as we move into the last 2 sets of the game. It is going to be Bamia and Razok's, winner of which is going to be going up against Akno. But before we do that, we are going to be running into a little short break. So don't go anywhere, and we will be with you guys in just a moment.
With the bearded bros, joining me is Paulie Montour, and we're getting into this one. I'm really enjoying the set so far. All of our blocks, all of our sets in this block, I'm really enjoying them so far. I'm liking getting familiar with Bamia. I'm liking getting familiar with Razok. We're seeing some Taros, which is, you know, it's fun until the tournament's over, and then I look at my ranked games and I see more of the Taros, and then it's a problem. But for these moments, it's fun, and I love to watch it.
I'm definitely enjoying this broadcast as well, at least up until the moment where you did whatever that was in this intro. But either way,
it was an accent for EU.
And that there's no EU country that speaks like this.
Well, I put all of them together so that everyone feels included. Are you buying that? Maybe?
I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. Like
not
it is.
enough.
If you're an EU broadcast, it's like equally scandalous to have perfect English or to have like a made-up accent. You know.
I can
So-
understand that.
Either way, we do have more games. I did promise more games, and we do have the more games that are going to be gaming. We have Brazox and Bamya in the lobby. We've been talking about these guys throughout the entire tournament, and both of these guys have surprised us really massively today.
And further surprise is we're getting Bamya back on the Zol. So coming into this one, he changed off of it to play against Delta, but I don't think it was just a character matchup thing because he's still playing against Taros right now, and it's Razox's Taros. Now, of course, both of those players play Taros differently, but at some point, Bamya made the choice to play the Petra, and then now swapping back over to the Zol, which is what Bamya was playing previously.
Yeah, I am very interested to know Bamya's thought process behind which legends he decides to play against which players. Either way, we might be able to kind of see what is happening with Bamya and why he decided to go for the Zol against the Razox here as we are jumping into our first game, the last set before Grand Finals. This is the set that's going to be determining top 2 and who's getting 3rd.
So even though these two legends, Taros and okay, Razox is coming out of
What
the
is
gate,
happening, dude?
swinging. Bamya almost seemed like he wanted to go back in. He moved back over unarmed, but was like, nah, let me just pick up this cannon. So we have two high strength legends coming out. Of course, we have Zalt and we have Taros, two of the highest strength legends in the entire game. You know, there's a handful of other legends in that crowd as well, but they have
The
two
GCN sig
different thought processes
makes a
on
comeback.
dexterity. Ooh, the GCD light in the cider didn't make the connection there. Razox is opting into dex stance, giving him 4, and Bamya is going into the defense stance, which takes 1 out of dexterity. So Razox is favoring dexterity, Bamya is not, and so far it doesn't seem like Razox is hurting for the lack of strength, the 1 point of strength that it takes out to put into that dex. Huge lead so far in this game.
I mean, you're on Taros. Losing 1 strength, you'll probably be fine. You can play Taros, you can lose 3 strength, you'll probably still be fine. Let's be perfectly honest.
Yes.
Still, Razox, I don't know if it's the dexterity, I don't know what it is, but he is hitting some combos this game, and it is working exceptionally well for him so far. Bamya is kind of picking back the pace though, able to get a couple of good hits, landing on to Razox as well here. But this lead, I mean, it's starting to get pretty girthy.
Yeah, Razox just turned Bamya orange. Those neutral lights, like, yeah, they're great. High strength legend on Axe. It is a KO option. Just barely gets over to the wall.
Dude.
I thought that clash might have had enough to just barely have him a little bit too low to touch onto that wall, but no, he was able to get back. And Bamya really needs this stock right now. That side air finally gets it away. But Bamya is in the red. He's going to have to be very careful. He needs to keep the field stripped because either weapon that Razox picks up, I mean, even his unarmed, he might be able to get an unarmed KO with the recovery. I don't know if it'll do it just yet. He may need to hit like 1 or 2 more.
Bamya knocking Razox off stage. Probably doesn't want to go for those kinds of plays right now, though. Allowing Razox to get back up, going into even neutral again. Just trading these end lights. That's like the 3rd time in a row he just went for simply an end light. These damage, though, it is starting to build up. On the cannon now, not able to punish that lack of movement options coming out from Razox. Evening out the damage bit by bit, but a Stomp Seer is going to be able to do the job of taking that stock off.
Bamya thought he could catch Razox out with that neutral light, but no, Razox was way too far away from him, didn't make the move in yet, so all he had to do was that Stomp D-Light, had all the range that he needed once he utilized that dash to get in there, close that gap, and he was able to find it. Got Bamya over on the edge. We were seeing a lot of exclamation points coming out from both players.
Yes, but it's one of the things I really was thinking about during a Razox versus Akino. Bamya didn't see as much of it coming out against Delta. Razox with his offstage play going for a 3rd one, or is that the 4th? I lost count. Razox, he's never stopping on this offstage interaction. He was going to continue on that until Bamya was down, and he was able to connect it, closing out the first game with style.
It is kind of crazy that Bamya thought he could get cheeky right there and go for the GCD sig like up against the wall with that bear trap. I don't know if that was a misinput. I don't know if he wanted to like spot dodge and then maybe go in for a ground pound or what. but I don't think that down sync was the
3,
play
2,
at all.
1, brawl.
Either way, we are going to be resetting things. Going into the next game here, Razox. I mean, all in all, in the neutral, I feel like Bamia, if you look at it on a macro perspective, Bamia had a lot of stuff over Razox, but that right there, I mean, we saw it in like the first 15 seconds of the game. Razox will just randomly become the best player in the world and get like 18 hits in a row.
Yep. He's like, oh yeah, let me just pull this 5-piece hammer string out of my pocket real quick. But Bamia setting up for the edge guard. He knows how Razox plays. We've seen that gravity cancel neutral signature over the edge so many times. We've seen Razox camp over on that wall until exclamation points come out. So Bamia knows how to beat that.
And there it is. That's the first stock. That's how simple it can be. Going for that dash Sair on the hammer, you miss it, no problem, dude. You have recovery. Connect that, Bamia stock is deleted. Bamia now on his second stock already. Razox is able to open up that combo. Already breaking the bubble of Bamia. So close to getting this knockout, but he can't seem to be able to land that hit. Bamia's end lights on the axe have been working really well, but I don't know if they've been working well enough to go for one GC offstage Bamia. Going for a ground pound to finish off that stock is probably a better idea. He's going to be able to get that stock off.
Yeah, I'd be careful about my offstage commitments against Razox, especially when he has the hammer in his hand. Because, like, yeah, Bamia's great, has been doing some great stuff off stage, but, like, Razox's hammer, we've seen him completely destroy Bamia 2 different times when he has the hammer off stage. We saw it at the end of last game, and then we've already seen it this game, and we're kind of still just getting started. Except, I guess we're more than halfway through, at least for Bamia, because Razox
there it is again!
is so
again!
good. His hammer's
You missed
incredible.
the Sair! You missed the hammer Sair, you go for the hammer recovery. That's like the 3rd time in the set that Razox is able to find a stock that way. It's so strong. And like, what is Bamia supposed to do against it? The ground pound, the second one, Razox. He touched though, he has the options. Late recovery, Bamia still able to squeeze out a little bit more damage out of that.
Strip in the field. Razox having to go in unarmed. Bamia being very careful. Even though he's at the weapon advantage, he's still being very careful because he knows how behind he is. He can just wait for Razox to go back on stage. I was expecting maybe a D-light into the neutral air, but no, he just found the raw grounded Sair, riding that along the ground where Razox was. Now he's stripping the field. Razox floating around. He's able to get over to that weapon almost immediately. Lucky for him, it was favoring that side.
Just like that, you blink and Bamia has evened out the game somehow. Now, again, these end lights. Bamia's axe end lights are like 90% of his neutral gameplay on the stage with axe.
And now Razox has the hammer. Is Bamia going to go off stage?
Don't
no,
grab him.
He's staying so far back. He knows the GC insig over the corner. He knows the offstage potential against Razox, or of Razox. Nice side air.
Sair.
See if he can clean
That's
this
almost
one
a
up.
knockout.
He's going over.
Oh!
Dude, Razox wanted to read.
Oh.
Victory.
And like, there it is. Bamia able to close it out.
Win.
1-1 on the scoreboard. Dude, both of these players, they're so clean, but I swear they let their intrusive thoughts win it too often. I'm seeing so many of these axe ground pounds off stage.
Yeah, I would say I see a lot of Bamia's intrusive thoughts coming out. And then, like, I was mad at Razox for the GC insig earlier. I'm not as mad now. Not because I think they're going to hit or anything, because I don't think they will. But he's putting, like, a lot of fear into Bamia because he also has shown the off-stage gameplay, even aside from that, like, gimmick neutral signature.
3,
Like, he's
2,
shown that he is a
1,
threat off-stage.
brawl.
So that is just constantly putting fear into Bamia. So now I like it.
I want to see more of... well, I don't know if I want or don't want to see more of Razox's axe off stage, because has he really popped off that hard with the
No.
axe off stage?
No. It's been his hammer off stage, and his hammer has shown us
been his hammer,
incredible
yeah.
work.
Razox's hammer in general seems to be a bit stronger than his axe so far. One thing I'm also thinking of is Bamia. Bamia's barely on this cannon against Razox, and Razox, what
Yes,
a
sir.
first stock! 30 seconds, how many attacks did Razox even eat there? I'm not sure. 1, 2?
It's not a lot. Okay, Bamia is like slowly finding out what to do against that GC insig
Oh!
because we just saw him go for like the slow punish, the safe punish,
Oh my god.
before really committing. Now he's sort of committing on the edge. He has to be careful. Side stick comes over the edge. Razok's chasing him down. Dude, Bamya has not been able to find like any of the cannon like 101 stuff that you're looking for. Like he's not able to do cannon flowchart at all. He's not able to find the side light into the wait for the spot dodge to come out, into the second side light, into the side air, the down air, all that kind of stuff you expect from a cannon player. He's not able to find any of them.
I'm starting to realize that Razox's intrusive thoughts off stage are as bad on Hammer as they are on Axe. The only thing is, Hammer is like the perfect weapon for him. Yeah, he goes for the most random dash jumps there. He goes for a ground pound and it's like, I have recovery. It's like, I literally have recovery. What are you gonna do? You can throw that stuff out, and if you are a good enough Hammer player, you can make a massive mistake and make it look like a 10,000 IQ play with Hammer recovery.
Okay. It's like driving a regular like pickup truck versus like an F1 car. Like, yeah, I can drive an F1 car fast.
Dude, we're in the EU. We don't do pickup trucks. Dude.
Oh yeah, y'all don't have pickup trucks. I don't even. It's like a Renault Clio and an F1 car. Like, yeah, I can drive an F1 car fast. I'm probably gonna drive it about the way that I would drive the Renault Clio. But then you give it to someone who's like good and Max Verstappen, then we have a completely different story.
Yeah, 100%. Either way, Bamya. I've been saying this time and time again. Razox, he's a flashy player. I can tell right now. Razox, he's a for the fans kind of guy. Bamya, you blink, and even though he didn't do something explicitly super flashy, I mean, Bamya evens things out. He gets these leads without you even maybe completely realizing it.
Yeah, I don't want to focus like too much on Razox, but I am like, there's a lot about him that's really interesting. And like you saying that he's a flashy player, but he has a lot of control on his flash as well. Like especially against Bamya, it seems like this matchup is just more favoring Razox, even though Bamya's in the lead right now and he very well could take this game. I feel more confidence in the way that Razox is playing.
Oh, you might have to eat your own words here. Bamya is like one hit away from getting the stock, but Razox, I mean, he gets one attack and he just starts swinging. Sarah comes out all the way down to orange right now without taking a single attack onto himself, and he keeps them coming, nair after nair, D-light after D-light. Not able to connect anything else though, and Bamya is able to close that out. Stressed out of his mind, he's able to put together a D-light and a nair to take that stock off.
Do we expect a legend swap from Bamya? I almost want to say yes. Like the cannon, like yeah, he finished the last stock with it, but like he's not doing any cannon stuff with it. The scariest thing about cannon is like the side light, wait, side light, dare, all the kind of stuff that comes after that. Like that's just, he's not able to find any of that. So just the raw neutral of cannon, it's not like he's able to consistently cover himself with that in light to stop pressure from Razox. The cannon is just not doing anything that you want a cannon to do, that a cannon needs to do to be successful. His axe is solid. I like his axe a lot. And I'm not saying his cannon is bad. I'm just saying he's not able to find any of the cannon flowchart against Razox.
I would definitely agree. I mean, you take a look at Bamya's gameplay and what he's doing against the Razox. You can definitely tell that this guy is not like completely committing it to the cannon main playstyle, which in and of itself maybe is a good thing. He's going for this more neutral heavy cannon gameplay. It's a kind of cannon gameplay that maybe some players aren't too familiar with. I mean, you saw it on the damage chart last time around. With just this pure cannon neutral, he was able to rack up 250 damage, so it seems to be working for him pretty well so far. He is in the lead in this game, so if he loses this stock, this game, potentially we will be seeing the legend swap.
Okay, we've already found a D-Light Dare here. Already saw, that's really, I think, at least the second D-Light Dare that we've seen. Okay, so we're seeing some cannon options coming out from Bamya rather than just the stray hit here and there. So maybe he's starting to figure out how to actually do the cannon play style.
Razox.
He was looking for it. He was looking
I knew
for it,
he wanted to do it.
it.
I wanted him to do it. But Bamya, I mean, it was a very good idea not to do this here. Bamya was outspacing it really, really well. Movement off stage there, exceptional from Bamya. Swapping over to the cannon now, it's able to close that stock out.
So looking at Bamya's top 3 or 4 legends, his top legend is Cross. His second highest leveled legend is Olgrim. Third is this Zol. And then fourth is the Wushong. So he even has other axe options to play but I think he really just wants to sit on this zone and kind of figure out how to make this cannon work against Razox, which
You need to believe.
he does. He does have a lead here. We're getting a little bit deeper into the set. He is up in the set, so he's starting to figure things out more. I think it's been largely on the back of the axe, but this game specifically is we are seeing some of those the cannon pieces fall into place.
I mean, Balmia was taking things a little bit slower last game around. This game, he's really slowing things down. Razox is not in any capacity compared to the last couple of games. Razox is not able to run Balmia down because Balmia is keeping that safe distance, and whenever Razox attempts to do something, a little bit ballsy, Balmia is going to be ready to punish those.
Yeah, the whiff punishes from Razox are just not... He doesn't even have the option to really throw them out as much now because Balmia is attacking less. He's attacking less, and he's attacking more safely, which ultimately means he's finding more hits and less punish.
100%. If you get that true combo in, that's going to be the stock as well. Full stock lead here, looking to finalize this set and move up to the grand finals if he's able to get this one stock off.
Razox, like, he has the tools to come back and win this game. Like, we saw him put out what he needs to, whether it's unanswered damage, whether it's like a cheeky gimps over on the edge, whether it's the string damage, whether it's some offstage engagement as well, especially with the hammer.
Nah,
but it's just gone, dude. It was just all gone. Balmia figured him out.
Balmia, but there was an entire, in this last stock, there was an entire paradigm shift into the game. And like, it doesn't matter. If you are not like the best player in the region or the best player in the world, you're not going to be able to adapt to an entire paradigm shift in the last stock at match point. So Balmia is going to be advancing through the bracket, and these players are not waiting whatsoever, Sparky. We can't do our cringe like casters trying to understand the pro players kind of thing. Yeah, we're going to be moving straight into the next game by the looks of things. We've got of course Balmia versus Akno, and noteworthy is that this is not a rematch. Usually a lot of cases in grand finals you would see rematches happening. Balmia did not yet face Akno. Who did Balmia go down to? He went down to Delta.
And then he beat Delta.
Yeah, and then he beat Delta. I mean, he didn't even lose against the Akno yet. So, yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how this one is going to be panning out.
So between these two, the history is not favorable if you're a Balmia fan, but they haven't really fought together that much. It's only been 3 times, at least for the year of 2023 and before. And that's, let's see, the most recent time they fought against one another was in October 21st at Mystery of Madness. Before that, it was August 19th at Frenemy Frenzy, presented by Brawl League. And then we also have at the Summer Championship. That was actually a Game 5 situation. Wow. All the way back in July 29th of last year, a Game 5 of Balmia versus Akno in the Summer Championships. It's quite interesting. Balmia ended up placing 9th in that tournament. Definitely probably a flagship performance from Balmia at that tournament, and we're getting another one here.
And I mean, I opened this entire block saying one thing about Balmia. This is the tournament where we will find out, is Balmia just a really sweaty, try-hard ranked player, or is he really, really good? And he's made it all the way up to grand finals. He has proven himself against many opponents to be a player of very high caliber, but it is time for him to prove himself against none other than PR3 Akno. We're moving into grand finals. Akno versus Balmia, with Balmia on the elimination side, and we are going to be starting the first game with Balmia already having taken some damage onto Akno.
Okay, now we're seeing some cannon gameplay here. We're seeing some pressure that it brings out. We're seeing even on some whiffs being able to cover yourself. We're seeing some multi-hit string options. There we go. So we're seeing some true combo options as well. He's playing back over from the wall, similar to the way he did against Razox earlier, because he lets his opponent come up onto the main platform. He then punishes the landing with the D-Light into the neutral air. That true KO combo option. Smart cannon gameplay.
Yeah, Balmia, amazing first stock so far against Akno. full stock lead still on this Axe, and he is racking it up. He's still kind of not fully in control, at least not as much in control as he was first stock.
Uh-oh.
It looks like we have a disconnect potentially.
Yes.
Bamia is going to be waiting around.
This is a bot. Yeah,
This
so
is
we
a
definitely
bot.
had a disconnect there. Akno had like plenty of options to get over to the wall. Even if we pretended like all of his jumps were gone, he was up high in the air, so he could have unarmed dare. He could have easily got over to the wall. So it's definitely a disconnect, as we saw the bot gameplay come in after that. So I don't like we weren't 10 seconds into the game. I don't really know how this one is going to work. Maybe we can get a ruling from a Mr. Slow Motion. We are hearing it here. Bamia won game 1 because that disconnect was not within the first 10 seconds as per the rule. So Bamia takes game 1.
Bamia taking the first game here. He is going to be taking a bittersweet lead here in the
Not for me.
in the first game. Not for you, but for many, definitely for Aknon, definitely, I'm assuming for a lot of the viewers. Still, of course, entirely in the right of the rulebook. Bamia and Aknon going to be running it back. Bamia now with a lead of a game. And still, I mean, that, of course, many things could have happened in that game, but it is undeniable that Bamia still had a really, really amazing start. And the odds of Bamia winning that were probably higher than 50%.
He started off really strong. I want to see an actual proper game to see what these guitars from Akno have against Bamia. Because I don't know how much of last game was affected by connection, like the beginning of last game. So far, it's looking like Bamia is still 100% in control of this game. As he picks up that neutral light, Akno was already in the air, so he was going to struggle to get back if it was even possible at all.
Yeah, I mean, Akno is probably stressed out right now. He just lost the game to a disconnect this time around. Bamia still doing a really good job. I'm not sure, maybe that's an internet kind of situation where he is still kind of having a little bit of ping. Either way, I mean, Bamia's definitely done some mental damage at this point.
Akno overstuck on the wall again. Bamia stays so far back. He stays like 4 legend links back. As he gets hit, spiked off the stage from that side air. Akno did a great job of building up the damage. Now he's going back over the guitars. His damage build weapon here against Bamia. He's electing for the guitars. Already found a nice 4-piece.
These are the guitars. These are the guitars that I wanted to see, Sparky, and Akno was putting them to good use. Bamia hovering over though with these dares, able to find a lot of damage, looking for this knockout, and he will be able to do so.
Dude, the fact
At
that he
least
can
knock
cover
Akno way
himself
far away. There it is.
that quickly.
I called it. Dude.
After his side sig, being able to end light that quickly is obscene, dude. He's taking out, at least if he's playing consistently the way he was earlier, he's taking out of dexterity, and he can still end light that quickly after the axe side sig.
I misspoke and said that Bamia took the stock when he didn't, and then it's like I spoke truth into it and he just got that stock. Bamia is too fast on finding these knockouts, man. Akno going all the way out for that offstage game. Akno with that dare?
Player 1 wins.
I'm not sure whether that was him being like, yes, this game is lost, but I'm gonna try and find a clip
No.
here at the end.
No.
He lost track and thought he could get back.
That was either a misinput or lag. Akno is not the kind of guy to give up on a game that way. Just I don't think so.
I wouldn't think so either. Just trying to
What
lay
is
out
happening?
all potential avenues. Because, yeah, something else that I would have not expected from Akno is about to happen, and we're going to get his Azoth.
Yeah, I was just about to say this. Sparky, my Mickey Mouse alarm is going off, bro. I'm just gonna say it the way it is. Akno is on Azoth. Hey, maybe he's cooking. We don't know. I mean, he's got that Koji. I at least still reminisce about Akno's amazing Koji. Axe, of course, very strong right now. We're not seeing Azoth as much as I would say you should expect seeing Azoth in general.
I hadn't really thought of he's a legend that I forget about almost all the time. until like Sakapi plays him. But like,
Yeah, there's like 3 people that played Azov.
It's like 3 French players, and other than that, I just forget that the legend exists the rest of the time. Ooh, that's unfortunate for Aknos. He's gonna lose that one. It's hugely for Bamia. But you know, I think you're not crazy by thinking this legend has a place in current meta. Beyond just like gimmick, I'm gonna use signatures all the time.
Akno is definitely using these signatures a substantial amount, but they are working out very well for him so far. Neutral signature going to be taking that stock off, and don't underestimate these signatures either, dude. These hit hard.
Oh yeah, they're good. They're good, which is like why you'll have the gimmick playstyle of people who just throw
There's
them
a
out
reason.
all
Yeah,
the
there's a
time.
reason people gimmick them, right?
So like once you get a player who has maybe a little bit more restraint, like you have something pretty disgusting.
Yeah, people don't gimmick bad moves, at least for the most part. I'm able to connect that end light though, taking Akno far off stage, is able to reverse that encounter though. Bamia waiting out for a whiff to be able to find a Sarah. Finds a second one as well. That was tight, dude. He was close to that hitbox.
Bamia hasn't really like walked into very many of the signatures. Like the Axe neutral signature that Akno found a connection with. I can't remember if he got the stock off of it, but that was just like a good punish. That wasn't Akno throwing out his big signature that covers a lot of area and being like, well, I hope my opponent is silly and falls into this. Because like that hasn't worked against Bamia at all. All of the signatures that have made a connection have been like a well thought out, well placed punish rather than hee Azoth, I hit heavy button.
100%. Still, either way, Akno really showing off his fundamental skills of both of these weapons. I mean, really, Akno, I do know Akno for getting a little bit funny with the signatures. I have this one specific memory in mind when Akno went on to Bryn and literally just sig-spammed on Axe and like destroyed Simple. Of course, it's against Simple, so it was many years ago, or at least a couple of years ago. But Akno is known for this, and I might be mistaken, but is that already 3-0? Is that how fast this set was moving?
Dude. That's a reset.
That's the reset.
And
okay.
Akno has kind of, you know, like the Azoth was good. It played well, but he didn't have enough to take that game or even really make it all that close. As we see the final clips of the last game, like he's still in the early stages of yellow. He's not even dark yellow yet, and he's in complete control even after a legend swap. Man, I don't know what Akno's got. Like he has time. That's what he's got really, is he has time. With the bracket reset, all scores go to 0. So he now has a game under his belt of this Azoth rather than waiting until the set was lost and then starting from scratch here with the Azoth. So he has one more game under his belt that he can refine this Azoth into, hopefully, at least if you're an Akno fan or if you're Akno himself, the winning formula.
I mean, I'm seeing like all of the warning signs that Akno is starting to get tilted, but out of my 3 years of casting a Brawlhalla EU, I've never seen Akno throw a set due to tilt.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that.
Even in community tournament, it doesn't matter how small or how large, Akno, obviously still in this stock, taking it very seriously, able to get that stock off.
You just got to throw out the
very, very well.
bow neutral signature less. I just don't see that as a major ingredient in the winning formula. Or at least I haven't seen it so far. So maybe he just has to change up how he uses it. But like that's the one that I'm like the least fan of.
100%. Some of these signatures are a little bit more questionable than others. In general, also Bamia's baiting out so many attacks from Akno so efficiently. In general, you would know Bow in the light as like a super safe move to throw out, especially if the enemy is quite far away. Bamia is able to punish that from the air. Sorry, bait it out from the air and then punish it on Akno of all players.
He's also really good at punishing these signatures. So like even though we don't get a lot of Azoth gameplay, he seems to know how to deal with it already. Like he's just avoiding a lot of the signatures, of course, but he's also punished quite a few of them by like knowing, or at least appearing like he knows exactly where the hitboxes are, how long they're lasting, when they're over, and where the like safe avenue of approach is against this Azoth from Akno. He's doing a great job.
Akno going for the recoveries now instead, maybe thinking the end lights weren't working so well. Side Sig is going to be coming out. That's going to be taking that stock off of Bamia. Side Sig, on the other hand, compared to the neutral signature coming in from Akino, has been connecting a lot for him.
That's the good one.
Okay, GCN lights. Sair, Bamia can miss those, and he's still going to be able to close it out.
Swapping back over to the cannon. Agno's jumping around. He's able to get to the weapon spawn right as it materializes out of thin air. Gonna move back over to the bow. You're seeing Bamia. He's so aerial until he chooses to go in grounded. Now that Akno is over on the wall, he's choosing to be a little bit more grounded. Edge guard, but now he goes high. He doesn't even attempt to go over to that wall whatsoever. He's just gonna go high, and he's getting juggled.
Okay. Yeah, kind of. We're starting to see some of this last stock aggression that you can kind of see from Akino, able to rack up a lot of damage here, keeping it even, keeping it competitive, and Bamia is matching that energy, going for a lot of these call-out cannon moves now to try and catch him in his step. As he slows down a little bit, he's able to find 2 punishes in a row, a movement punish there as well.
Nice.
Bamia's taking control.
Be safe. Okay. He takes it. Off of that, I didn't think that had enough strength on it. Even
Me neither, but it's Zol.
Zol, it was like over right on the corner, and he still was able to find it with a 600 damage, averaging 200 per stock, which isn't great. It's not terrible, depending on the context. Of course, if we're on a larger map like this, it can be a little bit tough. He's not able to really use those signatures as much because he has to worry about all of the area that Akno is able to cover with his own signatures, and they're definitely safer than the Zol signatures.
And Akno now swapping over to the Kaya after that loss on the Azoth. Now, if you ask me for my humble personal opinion,
Polly, tell me
I would
your
tell you
humble
that
personal
Akno.
opinion.
I would tell you that Akino is one of the best players in adapting, especially in a grand final scenario where he has a lot of time to adjust.
It's crazy that you set that up like you were going to have a hot take. Like, guys, hey, no one get mad at me, okay?
Akino?
You know, Akno's actually a pretty good player.
10 seconds. 10 seconds, Bamia is into orange, but Bamia is able to even it out fairly quickly as well. Again, on the Zol, so it is going to only take a couple of really good neutral interactions, but Akino is cooking.
And here we have a much safer neutral signature. It's not going to cover the exact same area. The area that it covers is definitely not as big, but it still covers that like 45 degree. It's super safe. So yeah, I don't know why he went to the Azoth before he went to the Kaya, really. Just in terms of like his staple characters. And I'm not just like looking at BCX with like rose-colored glasses and being like, yeah, man, that was the real Akno, man. Like, this is a good legend. Play this legend.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he was feeling the axe in the moment, but I mean, we didn't really see that many great things coming out from the axe. The bow had some magic happening for it, but yeah, the light attacks were quite a way there, but not all the way there. The Kaya signatures really seem to kind of complete Akno's kit right now. But I don't know, well, rather time will tell if it is going to be enough to take down Bamia, because Bamia has not been looking extremely confident, but Bamia is taking games left and right.
Oh my gosh!
I mean, dude, look at that.
Completely unanswered. Now Kaya is going to be a higher defense legend. She can take more punishment, but like Bamia's dishing it out, dude.
Oh, we could have seen a really cool series of punishes there, but both Akino and Bamia are going to be missing the respective attacks. Bamia finding himself with stage control, but Akino is going to be able to get back up successfully. Bamia is allowing Akino to throw out a lot of moves for free right now.
I think he's really scared about the range that Akno has, especially with the D-Light that can lead into the KO combo. As Bamia is in the red, I don't think it would KO here. Then talk about the D-Light recovery. I don't think that would actually KO here because the stage is so big, and Kaya is not the highest strength legend out there compared to something like Zol.
Yeah.
So I think Bamia was just really, really respecting the D-Light range potential.
And it's like, what is the absolute first thing I said when we were casting Bamia? When we saw Bamia versus Delta, it's that one of Bamia's strongest points is his spacing. And Akino using instead the Kaya to increase his range. But nonetheless, Bamia is able to take that game as well. And he is 2-0 on the board against Akino right now. Match point without Akino taking down a single game so far.
For what it's worth, Akno did say in-game chat and you can take this with as much or as little salt as you choose, he did say he is lagging.
I would be ready to believe that, considering he did have a disconnect. But
I would too. I'm
the
just
only
I'm
thing
just doing journalism right now and presenting.
hey, dude, we'll leave that for Twitter. We'll focus on the game.
Yeah. What do you guys think? I want to hear it on Twitter.com. Hashtag is Acno lagging?
Please don't mention me in any of the tweets.
So he's sticking with this Kaya. He's going to give it another shot. His Azoth did better, I believe, in the second game that he played the Azoth before he made the swap over to Kaya. So we'll see what he's got here with a legend that a lot of people have seen him do incredible work with over his career. He's had a handful of those legends. Kaya is among one of the best.
They're not going to be connecting onto anything. Bamia whiffing a signature, but Acno not able to get back up on time to punish that. Bamia going for a couple of anti-air moves, not going to be able to fully take that stock off. Scratch that is going to be able to do so with a D-Light Nair.
Bamia
still sticking to the Axer, yeah.
Still seemingly in control of this set. We could see, which would be unreal, is Acno getting 6-0 in the Grand Finals to an up-and-coming EU player.
I mean, looking at the stock right now, Akino is already down in orange. It's possible. Akino took it off, though. He's on the spear. Going to be sticking to it as well. Bamia. All the eyes on Bamia right now.
Because, yeah, the season hasn't started yet, but it's seemingly around the corner. Eventually, they're going to release those dates, and we're going to know exactly when it starts. But so far, the season's already looking bright for Bamia. I expect this success to continue, even if Acno clutches up and ends up winning the whole set and the tournament. I still am really looking forward to what Bamia's got. Acno's fighting his way back.
He got 5 games in a row.
Yep.
He got 5 games in a row. Like, anything could happen right now, and I would say that this was an insane tournament for Bamia. But it is not over yet. More can happen. Akino can take it back, and Bamia could close it out literally right now. He's able to find that end light. That's a good start of closing this out.
There's another one.
Finds the second one. It's not going to be the stock, though. As you mentioned, Kaya has a deceptively high defense, but he's able, with some nice movement, maneuver around that nair, taking that stock off.
He was able to also maneuver around the down air that Acno thought he could get a little bit cheeky with and maybe take that final stock away from Bamia if he made a connection. But Bamia saw the potential coming and was able to get around it by moving towards and even under the stage to get away from it.
Acno able to connect that there. Intense neutral right now. Bamia pressuring Acno with movement. Bamia getting redder and redder by the second. Acno gets that recovery. He tries to find the second one, not able to connect it though. Nair. Ground pound! It's going to hit! Bamia, he went back to bait and Akino didn't fall for it! He went for the weapon throw, he went back, he threw out the Seer. You can't bait Akino like that. He's able to take off that stock anyway. That final stock from Akino was devious. What was going on?
He clutched up. He 100% clutched up in that final stock. He looked more confident. Bamia was on the back foot. Like, Bamia was staring down the victory, and even though he was in the winning position in that, I think like that's a lot of pressure. Even though you're the one winning and you're looking at winning the tournament and winning the tournament by beating Acno in the Grand Finals reset 6 games in a row. Like, that's a lot of pressure, even though you're in the favorable position, and Acno took that pressure, turned it into diamond, and is keeping the momentum going. This game just finally got hit with the side light. How many seconds into the game? It was like 16 or 17 seconds into the game. Bamia's already halfway through orange. One more hit, he's going to be in the red. Acno, complete momentum on his side.
This could be when everything goes south, because as soon as Akino, he has one of his feet into the door of domination. Akino is so quick to get back onto that. Bamia has to regroup so fast now.
Okay. He's doing a great job so
far. He's doing so, yeah, he's doing it.
Not even just because he found like 3 or 4 hits. Like, he went for the D-Light into the GC neutral heavy, which is like the harder thing to hit there, but you get more damage. That's sort of the risk reward, and he went for that. A lot of people don't go for that. Like, South America goes for that across the board, but the fact that he went for the harder to execute option because it was the better option, the more damaging option, right like that after he was getting kind of waxed, then that shows like mental fortitude coming out from Bamia.
Bamia able to find that nair on the way out as well. Want to potentially go for an anti-air there, but opting to not be doing so. Trying to go for the dare into ground pound. Akino just not allowing Bamia to move around the stage right now. But Bamia is still able to find this damage. He's able to squeeze in his punishes and his approaches whenever he can.
And honestly, like, if it's just inlights, like, he'll find success with that because he's playing a high defense or a high strength legend. So he also has the inlight as the KO option. It's a great damage option. It'll take a little while to find the KO with it. Ah, it's huge right there. He got the weapon toss, and then he had the egg drop as well.
Turning that offstage interaction around on its head, and Bamia. I mean, I wanna say this is a regrouped Bamia right here. Akino is just on some kind of different flow right now.
It might be the flow of packets into his computer via the Ethernet cable.
It could be, man. Either way, Akino is going to be going down here. Bamia, he has a great opportunity set up, but Akino, what a massive call-out option. And Akino, he could afford to do that. He still has this one more stock. He has a lot of more opportunities to get this stock off. Bamia is just one stock away from closing this out.
Yeah, because it's Akino, I almost respect the cheekiness of going for what he did over on the edge, but like, you also got to look at you're down 2 games. Yes, it's Akino. Yes, your opponent's in the red, but like, you're still down 2 games in the Grand Finals reset.
It's too close.
And he got the dodge!
Wanted to go didn't get anything more out of the dodge, but Bamia, he has
control.
He gets the seer! Bamia, 3-1 on the bracket. He's going to be, that is a 6-1 against Akino. He's going to be closing out the entire tournament. We have a champion, Sparky.
And I mean, I gotta look at Akino forcing the cheeky edge guard on the right that eventually made him lose his stock. Like, was that the reason he lost the game? Like, I can't look at that moment any other way, Pauly.
Sparky, there's only one thing on my mind right now.
What is
it? That is the only thing that matters.
Tell me.
We started this tournament to set out to do one thing and one thing only. It is to get a sneak peek, a teaser, a trailer of the upcoming season and which players are going to be playing well in it. We asked ourselves a question. Is Bamia just a really try-hard ranked player that has too much free time, or is he really, really good? Yes, you could bring up the fact that Akino was lagging. Again, we'll leave that for Twitter to mention. Bamia still took out Razox. He took out Delta. He took out Pavelski and Sarma. He had an amazing run, and he did eventually come out as the champion. And what is something really beautiful about esports? Doesn't matter how much people talk down your accomplishment, no one can take away that medal that Bamia just won.
That's true. That's very true. This was a great tournament for Bamia. Man, that's a shining face that I cannot wait to see what they have for us this esports season. I'm really looking forward to it. I mean, there's a lot of like EU players that I'm now going to be looking at specifically because of this tournament. This is a really important tournament because exactly like you said, it's the teaser for the beginning of this esports season, at least for the EU region so far. And like, this isn't GTA 6 teaser trailer, so like, we're going to get to see more of this in like the next month or two. We don't have to wait 10 years for it. That is the blessing of the community scene in Brawlhalla esports. It's that you have tournaments like this, amazing tournaments like every other weekend or every other day. Sometimes multiple in the same day, different regions all across the board. I had a great time. Pauly, we just saw Bamia win a tournament. Can you believe that? You said that Bamia was going to get 4th.
I did say Bobby was going to get 4th, but I did not say it on stream, though. You're the first person to bring that up on stream. That was actually completely unnecessary. Either way, in my silence, I did doubt Bamia. I am no longer a Bamia doubter. Time will tell how things are going to shake out throughout the season. Although one thing is for certain, and it is that our eyes were already on Bamia. They should stay on Bamia.
For sure. There's a lot of players to look out for that aren't just your standard household names. Bomya had a great
And
tournament.
Razox.
Agno played well in second place. Of course, Razox in third place. And then in fourth, we have Delta as well. Sarme making it into the top 8. We have Rika making it into the top 8. We had a really interesting top 8. And I don't think it was just like, oh, it's a community tournament, so like the top players aren't trying or anything like that. Because for the most part, especially like this group of like top players in the scene, because a lot of them, like you and I were talking about this before, and I promise I'll let you go, and I won't take up too much of your time, Slow-Mo. Thank you. Is like we're now having a generational shift in EU like we had in North America during the pandemic. I called them lovingly the pandemic players, the Javas, the Megds, the Impalas, the Lunas, the guys that kind of rose up and took over from the Boomies, from the Sandstorms. And you were talking about this. I didn't know that it was coming yet. The fact that we have this in EU going on right now.
Yeah, it is definitely an ongoing shift, and I'm all here for it. I tweeted before, I think it was yesterday or the day before that, I think 2024 is going to be a very bright year for EU esports. It's going to be a very bright year for esports in general. Hopefully, with those dates released soon, we're going to be finding more of those LANs, hopefully. Rotterdam, please BMG, if you see this, please, literally, or Jönköping, even better. Either way, as you mentioned, I could literally sit here the entire day and just talk, but we can't do that for Slow Motion and for the viewers, which probably want to go and play ranked 1v1 or whatever viewers do whenever they are done. Sparky, do you have any final words?
Thank you so much to Bearded Brawls. Thank you to Slow Motion Gaming. Make sure while you are here to follow the channel. Hey, throw subscribe out there. Maybe you have a Twitch Prime and you need to maybe just check. Sometimes I forget. I don't always get it off of cooldown. And if you don't get it off of cooldown, then you're just wasting money. You're essentially putting money back into Andy Jaffe's, is that his name? I don't know. But I'll throw Jeff Bezos in there because people don't like him. You're putting money back into his pocket. We don't want to do that. We would much rather put money in the pocket of our favorite bald man, Slow Motion, rather than that other jamoker, Jeff Bezos. So make sure, check to see if your Twitch Prime is off cooldown. Throw it here onto this channel. You won't have to see any of those pesky ads.
And as every single EU tournament broadcast should be ended with an angry, bold American man, we are going to be closing on that. My name is Polymonto. I've been joined by Sparky. Thank you very much for tuning in, and we will see you for the next tournament. Take care, everyone.